Hello, everyone. This is Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And welcome once again to Any Given Sunday. And I had a really good opening pickup line, like not pickup line. I'm sorry. I had a really good opening line for the night, but shit, I forgot it. So I think use it next week. So just give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna pin my Cash App real quick. Uh, so bear with me one moment. A shout out to Sheed We Here and Josh Johnson. Uh, yeah, we're gonna talk about one of those little social media subjects. We have conversations about submission, paying half, blah blah blah, hair weaving stuff. So we're gonna talk about the wall tonight. Yeah, we're gonna talk about ways you can avoid the wall, and the ways that you can just go running smack into it. So we're gonna have a fun conversation as always tonight. Or as others may say, we're gonna get together again and talk about absolutely nothing. I enjoy this shit anyway. So yeah, it's all good with me, y'all. So hope everybody had a great week. Some of you watching tonight probably tuned in the other two nights. Those are pretty good shows. Um, yeah. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. I like to do show topics that kind of shake people a little bit. Have them asking me, why the fuck am I doing this? Why am I not talking about building a house? Or being a brick mason, or something like that, or helping someone making money. I mean, number one, if I knew how to tell you how to make oodles and oodles of money, I would do it definitely. But I mean, I'm just saying there are some people in this space that are better at that than I am, and I wouldn't recommend you come to me to try to find out ways to make money unless, of course, I was interviewing someone that could tell you how to make money. You know, and I mean, I feel like that's useful. That's part of why I'm doing the interview segments. So um, because I understand that in some areas I may not be strong. Shout out to New and D Rock Den, and see that, and that will help me gain what I think something a little bit of what this channel needs. A little bit of people giving you insight. Yeah, so I think that probably doing the interview, if you have a YouTube channel that is centered such as mine, it probably would be great. You know, probably would be great to do some interviews and get people on some stuff that your audience is not used to. Or I got over 2K subs, so I can't say what all of them want and what all of them do. But just each person. But whereas y'all might like shows like these, there are other subs that might like shows like that. So yeah, so I only have one interview set up, and I don't know when it's going to happen. It's going to be with Ike OG. I mean, um, he might be the first interview. I mean, he is a really big supporter of the Black Manosphere. If you frequent some of the other channels, you'll see him on there. Showing love, and he has a YouTube channel of his own. And one thing I did discover about Ike's YouTube channel is he has an opening for his, stuff, just like me. So I thought that was some cool stuff. I ain't like, we're the only two that do openings or anything like that. But his is, of course, is a little shorter than mine. Um, yeah, yeah. But the music that I play in the opening, that's by a yeah, it's about a guy named Lakey Inspired. He makes copyright free music for vloggers to use, and felt like that was kind of a smooth tune right there. So thought it was good to open up with. You know, I don't know. I might be changing it soon, uh, but until that day, that's what it's gonna be. So that's what it's gonna be. I like the theme for now. I actually have somebody making a couple of stock tracks for me, so I can start using those elsewhere. Always looking to improve the channel. Always looking to do different things for the channel. So and that to me is just out of consideration for you guys who tune in and you guys who watch the replays and such. Um, just trying cool stuff. So we can go ahead and I guess get this thing right. Get this thing right over here on BMBBH. So okay, boom, it's pinned. Yeah, there we go. All right. So anyway, without further ado, let me not waste any more of your time. And let's get started on the topic itself. The topic for tonight is Black Don't Crack, but Time Tells on Us All the Wall. Shout out to Toya. Uh, Thank you for joining in once again. Uh, yeah, I mean, just like people talk about the wall. We have another YouTuber that uses the wall in a series. Unblock Marco Leonard's. Somebody block Marco Leonard's. I mean, if we're talking about the same Marco Leonard's, truth is 3R1. That Marco Leonard's said that they were going to unsub if I didn't give them a wrench. Now, here's how I do things around here. Wait for me to do those kinds of nice things for you instead of trying to force my hand, or else I'm going to do some fuck shit. And it's not really considered fuck shit over here. It's just considered how I run things. So, don't try to do things like force my hand because, all the other wrenches I gave out were voluntary. Habitual line steppers automatically get wrenches. And, quite a few people that have come to this channel and supported it, even in like what I like to call the dark ages. The dark ages, basically, when I first started the channel and, uh, when I first started the channel and, I was just talking and, maybe someone would click on the video, which it was cool. That everything was those were cool times back then. I was able to use more of my collective creative freedom to just express myself. Didn't like 85 9 I would say 95% of everything I say on this channel is scriptless. It's like sometimes I'll write talking points down, but for the most part I just it's off the top of my head. I mean, how can you how can you get more real than that? Not using a script. And I do understand that, some of the bigger, more prominent YouTubers, they have writers and they use scripts. So I mean, I don't have anything against that. The ability to manage and put things together and have things running like a well-oiled machine, it benefits the hell out of your audience. You know, but and I guess it takes talent to put the right people in place and have them do all that for you. But if I'm getting people to buy in off of just saying stuff off the top of my head, then imagine if I just really like just sat down and just dedicated myself like a full-time job to this channel right here. I like in my full estimation, I will be beating everyone. Like everybody. It's like that's how dedicated I would be to get better if this was the only thing I did. Well, maybe in another dimension because I don't know, I put other things first at this time. I put being a father first and I can't give up on that. I can't just put all of my time into a YouTube channel. All of it. But I do what I can. I do, and it's helped me do pretty good thus far. Some channels, of course, have boomed a lot faster than this channel. But see, here's the special thing about me. Once I operate on a certain skill level, it never goes back down. I don't know, unless I decide to do some stupid shit like try some strong experimental drug that has me grow an arm out my forehead. But I mean, outside of that, I think I'm in pretty good shape. Okay, so let's talk about the subject matter and how's everyone doing in the chat. Press like on your way in. Even with like, and then I do have to tell some people this. Um, if you're not subbed and you're watching, of course, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And, with any channel you're willing to tune into, that's a given. Like if I see a new channel and I feel like they're talking some good stuff, I go and hit that sub button. Especially if they're under 1,000, like just go ahead. If they're fairly good content creators, if they're at least entertaining, go ahead and sub them. Is everybody's goal is to get to 1,000. Shout out to Stoic One and Judge Dre. What's going on? If you're still there, yeah. So let me go ahead and set a couple things up and go into a little monologue here. I do have a link in the chat, so if anyone hits the link and they join and they're like, "Oh, Kev, man, bring me up," and I'm still talking, is it because I have screen share on and I don't see you? So and let me drop another link. So and let's get on with this thing. Let's get on with it. All right. Let's see. All right. And I'm only trying to help. I'm not trying to make fun of people too much. So, don't read everything as like I'm just sitting up here trying to bully folks. Because we live in the age of the internet, the age of 2021, where just bullshit can happen. All right. So what I have up here is like four, I would say, tips or suggestions to, and let's just go ahead and center this around the topic. There's four suggestions to not, run too hard into the wall, and I'll explain that here shortly. So, all right. So hit that screen share. Share some audio. All right. All right. Now, I uploaded a video that I'm probably going to take. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me make sure that sound is on. Yeah. I uploaded a video on my backup channel. I'm probably going to take that down after I get done with this broadcast, but I really didn't want to go through the technical mumbo jumbo. All right, so I'm going to show y'all this little video presentation right here. So you'll get the idea. Video's only a couple minutes. But basically, is there hope? Is there hope after, I would say, I don't know, after years of, I don't say single by choice, I would say. But yeah, let me show you this. I don't know who the singing artist is in the background. I'll probably show this video again when I get some panelists up here, just, because these shows are, they are long AF. I will say that. So, all right. So, just, I guess, all right. If you see any familiar faces, just drop it in the chat. And all right, let's go. I'm going ghost for a second, for 2 minutes.
What you wanna do?
I'm fucking getting out the car. No, you're not.
Girl, what you wanna do tonight?
Something to me as a heterosexual man.
What you wanna do tonight? Night. What you wanna do tonight? Yeah. What you wanna do tonight? Yeah. What you wanna do tonight? Yeah. What you wanna do tonight? The lights down low. What you wanna do tonight? I said, turn the lights down low. What you wanna do tonight? Yeah, 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 yeah. I said, what you wanna do tonight? What you wanna do tonight, girl? What you wanna do tonight? Turn the lights down low, yeah. What you wanna do tonight? Oh, hell no!
Okay, guys, I think y'all get the idea of what this broadcast in particular right here is all about. So yeah, so we're just gonna I guess leave that video queued for later use in the broadcast. When I feel like humoring some folks, but yeah, it's like seriously, like there was even a couple of people I left out. If I really think about it, but you just all it takes is a Google search and a fucking brain to figure this out. So yeah, I do have 4 suggestions, as to how you can avoid this inevitability, and like I said in past broadcasts, y'all need to start listening to these black men. I know that you're in the system of WS, and it's really hard for you to do something like at least respect a man at a human level. But if you want some satisfaction out of these brothers, like honestly, you're gonna have to take some suggestions at one point or another. I speak of black man pride, and I know females have pride too. But I feel like as a male and as a man, I'm supposed to have pride. And I mean, that's just how it is. It's like, it's one of those little life ain't fair deals. It's one of them. And, if you keep allowing yourself to get triggered by dudes and such, because they're telling you the truth, then there'll never be any resolve. Because, as a man, I feel like that I was never ever supposed to back down on any kind of position. Now, but there's this thing called compromise, basically, and compromise helps, for difficult situations, to meet your partner in the middle. But what I would try to say is, you can try to do that as a man, but you're going to step into simp territory, and then your old lady, or whatever lady that you got, is going to run smacking into that wall because you were too puss to tell her something, every now and again. So it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, to be honest. It's like here's the thing. Here's the thing. You tell the truth, you're gonna tell it a lot less than you have to lie and bullshit. So, all right, okay, all right. So, all right, let's discuss these 4 ways that you can avoid running smack into that fucking wall. All right, all right. Just hold on one second. Just kind of digest those 4 suggestions up there. Let me just kind of let those 4 suggestions digest. Just one moment. And by the way, no, that was not me singing. No. Let's see. All right, one moment. Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right. Yeah. Well, Roger still got that show going over there. Roger be off the chain, man. I got to give it to my boy. Like seriously, it's great to be a habitual line stepper when you're able to witness that kind of thing. Um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, all right. Let's talk about number one. And number one is the harshest. Number one is the harshest, and some people are probably going to take a little offense to this one, but and it could be a woman or his or her pet man or whatever like that. But the first one is don't be a bitch, and what I mean by don't be a bitch is don't be a bitch. Yes, I know some of you out there, some of you brain scientists. Oh, that's how you spell bitch. Oh, I get it. Yeah. All right, but get this um, you know, um, how can I say it? You catch more bees with honey. Okay, you do. You do. If and I'm just and this is like all of this is like wall stuff. Personality, physical appearance. I mean, just everything. Everything wraps up into this pretty little bow. If you want it to be a pretty little bow. But I mean, just like I said, just don't be a bitch. Don't be oppositional all the time. Don't be yelling. Don't use that scowl. I hate that resting bitch face. I mean, I'm telling you as a man, I hate that shit. It's like, ugh, it's just what is wrong with you? And I mean, I know it's feminism. I know it's white women with buzz cuts telling black women not to smile. I know it is. I know it is because I see them little messages every now and again on TV. If a man asks you to smile, kick him in his nuts, and then that guarantees that you're gonna stay single for the rest of your fucking life. So yeah, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and listen to them bitches. Go ahead and listen to them. Because yeah, and listen to me tell you not to be a bitch. I mean, I mean, well, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. But I'm just saying, if you are going to do that and you are going to carry that behavior in your fucking back pocket every day, then guess what? It's like one day it's like one line gonna sneak on your face, then another line gonna sneak on your face, and then like and then it's gonna be like your face is under construction because that wall is gonna be built right there. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's like people don't have people telling them this kind of stuff. Everybody acts like, oh, you're too harsh. Oh, you should say it another way. No, I'm not saying shit another way. You don't deserve it. It's like what have people done for me personally to have them, deserve me to be soft and compassionate with their stupidity. And yeah, it really is it's really stupid to be a bitch. You know what's even worse than that? It's worse to be a stupid bitch. I mean, so let me stay away from the B word before somebody. So, oh my God, he's using offensive terms to describe women. And then, it's just that, you hear plenty of guys being called bitches too. So I don't see what the problem is. But for you ladies, just don't be a bitch. We find it sexy. I mean, if you're kind of like, if you kind of like halfway there, but you add some sexiness to it, men might miss that. But if you just like overly just compensating, like you're the supervisor at someone's job, then it's just like okay, that's saltpeter for any man right there. Yeah, that's the pew pew pew. Like Pac-Man dying. Yeah, you're not gonna get much. I mean, like let me see. There's this clip on Facebook. I guess this is from this show from Tyler Perry, the haves and the have-nots. And I don't watch that show. I don't watch that show. I don't watch any of Tyler Perry shows. I will watch a movie of his every now and again. None of that Madea after Madea's family reunion. I was done with Madea. I was like, it's too much of this. Too much. But yeah, I guess the have and the have nots is like I guess this lady was in bed. She was just kind of laying there. She just had this guy, her resting bitch face was just on in bed. Oh boy, I guess he trying to please her, but I guess he got like, I don't know, just I don't know what the fuck wrong with that bitch. But and then just the Mojave Desert down there or whatever. But he trying to, and she's like, she just really berates him and just tries to emasculate him and everything. And a lot of these girls on Facebook, and strangely enough, they usually fit the overweight baby mama archetype. They're posting it like a motherfucker. They laughing. They just eating it up. They eating it up, and I'm sitting up there like, oh, okay, well, this is why you have men react to you negatively. But they'll never want to hear that because they go ahead and default to they do the white girl where you ever get in the back and forth. Oh, you hate women. You just wanna bash us. I'm just like, I'm not trying to bash y'all. It's just that it seems like that it's just a bunch of one-upsmanship, to try to prove that you could be just as bolsterous as a man. And that's not the case at all. I mean, if you're a lady watching this broadcast right now, all that bolstering stuff like that, like you like sticking your chest out. I mean, like men like when women stick their chest out because they got them chesticles on. They got 36 D's and shit. We love when you stick your chest out like that. But when you're trying to stick your chest out and trying to like make trying to make sure diamonds can't cut your chest or some shit like that, like you a hard man or something. No, we don't like that. I'm just saying. I mean, I mean, it's just this attitude. You continue, and yeah, this boils down to the attitude part. It continues to be a problem. I'm not sitting up here begging a woman to do anything. For them little limp. Let me see. No, dick insults and can't use dick. Dick, don't do that, kid. These little bitch ass niggas. Okay, for those guys out there. So for those guys out there, you know, just when we make broadcasts like this, life advice, talking to women, talking to young men, it's for them. It's not for somebody that's already knowledged and already over that hump because all that stuff got an audience. So I'm through explaining that. But it's just that's what it is. That's what it is. If you want to sit there, and think that having a horrible attitude and just sticking your chest out like it's a man's chest instead of a woman's chest, and just acting like the world owes you some overcompensation of respect just because of something that like all black people went through, then hey, you're not gonna get very far with men. I know you wouldn't get very far with me. I'm just one person, So I mean, how many? Let me put it to you like this: how many serious simps are out there? And what I mean by serious simps is like how many guys out there are willing to actually put up with your stuff. Okay, the second one: don't gain too much weight. Because nothing brings a wall on like that, like becoming a lump on lump on the couch. Now, this may seem a bit chauvinistic, I don't give a fuck about so chauvinistic. I think that chauvinistic is a social construct to eliminate standard. All right, so let me, hey, 1 second, Irv. Uh,
Take time.
yeah, what's going on though? Thanks for coming by. Okay. So what? Honestly, gaining weight. What good weight gain is there besides a woman gaining booty? Not in her gut, not on her shoulders, not on her back, maybe in her boobs a little bit. That depends on if she's not gaining it anywhere else. Keep your ass in shape. Okay, I'm sure somebody, and yeah, somebody will, and some other, I guess, brain scientist was making fun of like the cortisol thing, and cortisol is very real. Like that's like that's really it doesn't affect everybody because everybody's body is made different. But when you're sitting up here, seriously stressing about everything, cortisol levels go to your fucking gut. Like it's cortisol and eating. It's almost like eating white bread for emotions. It's like yeah, your ass is gonna end up a little, and then like what I've seen from people out of shape and overweight is that it chips at their confidence, and then when it chips at their confidence, it creates resentment. It creates all these things like, okay, and then most of all, it creates this little thing in women. It's like, oh, why can't he just accept me for who I am? It's like, I mean, it's like I don't expect that out of me. I mean, as a man, I'm not going to lower my standard just and then ask you to like that at all. I don't want to lower the standard. So if my confidence wasn't there, I wouldn't have a chance. And I'm not going to. And honestly, and for years, women had to work harder to look a certain way. And I understand that, but you got to keep working hard. Work never stops. I mean, if you're a human being and you have an incredible work ethic, you can be very successful in many things in your life. And I mean, rich people show you every day. You know, wealthy people show you every day. It's great to take some things from successful people. It ain't always got to be money. It could be a fitness regimen. And this is for the guys too. Now, this is for the guys too. It's just that most of the time, what I'm see with men being out of shape versus women being out of shape, and they've been pushing back against this too because y'all been pushing back against everything black men say. It really boils down to it probably affects women more than men as far as looks. If you a GQ swab brother, you keep yourself up. They might try to say you're gay or some shit like that. But and then that's another thing I don't understand. Saying dudes are gay because they know how to dress. That's it's just ridiculous. But yeah, it's just like keep yourself in shape. Ain't nothing wrong with that. My wife keeps herself in shape because I know some of y'all saying, "How your wife look?" Yeah, she's in shape. Sorry, and that's after a kid. So I mean, don't worry about her. Don't worry about her. She good. She'll outrun all y'all asses. So yeah. So let's go to number 3. Don't be masculine. That's a no brainer right there. It's like if okay, never heard of the thing like uh, if you make a face too much, then your face is gonna get stuck like that. A resting bitch face that I talked about a few minutes ago is not a feminine face. Do everything you can to retain and even overcompensate your femininity. I cannot tell you how to be a woman. I can just tell you from the perspective of a man what men like. We do not like women who overcompensate. Like overcompensate masculinity, trying to always yell, cuss people out, get in their face, snap their fingers, all this other stuff, roll their neck, and then try to make a muscle and try to get in my face, try to fight me or whatever. No, that is unattractive. A resting bitch face turns into a man's face, and every time you do it, all them little stress lines start forming, and then guess what? Looks like a bunch of bricks on your face. Face looks like a brick wall. Look at it. It's like just run right smack into that shit. And the fourth one, this is gonna kind of sound funny. Don't talk too much. I mean, it really, and I hate to be a complete ass, but if you didn't talk that much, it cuts down on the dumb things that you could say. Now I know that sounds like okay, you're just saying that people are dumb. No, I'm not saying that people are dumb. I'm just saying it lessens the chance of saying stuff that makes us brothers get on these broadcasts and be like, huh? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these women? Like, it's like, and as I've stated before, I love women. I especially black women. I love y'all. But these things keep coming up. These things keep coming up. It's like, if I see one more broadcast on submission, I'm making a whole broadcast on submission and why it's better for women to submit. you know, instead of not submit. And that one's gonna be a jaw jacker. So like I'm saying, you can take these suggestions, you can not take these suggestions, or you can continue for this little stuff right here to happen. Because that wall is unforgiving. So okay, I think I'm done with the monologue. Anybody want to step up here? We start having this little conversation. But let's see. All right. Black Uru strikes. What's going on?
Hey, how you do, Kev?
Yeah,
Very compelling monologue you were engaging in there. I was listening. trying to catch up with what you were saying. But so if you would indulge me a little bit, if you would just kind of give me a little more information in general the about your topic here, I'd appreciate it, I guess.
I don't know, man. It just, I just wanted to go into an extensive conversation about it, about the wall.
Um,
Oh,
can I bring up the fact, like I was here early and I
Yeah.
heard your whole intro, and it seemed like you was explaining the Joanna Man. You seen that movie?
Uh, I haven't. Let me tell you something. As long as that movie's been out, I haven't been able to bring myself to watch it yet.
Man, if you ever, ever watch Joanna Man, you will literally see everything you just explained. It's I want to be a man, but at the end of the day, Joanna Man was still a man. A lot of these brides they want to be a man, but they just can't get there. The level of testosterone that it takes to be a man, they just don't have. Yes, women create testosterone, they just don't have enough. No matter how much they try, no matter how hard they try, they just ain't got it.
I mean, I'm just saying, if a woman is more feminine, I am more likely to protect her than one to act like she can fight dudes. And I'm gonna assume that if you want to run up in a dude face, especially if you like, I don't know, 5, 6 feet one, and you got some rings on your knuckles, then hey, have at it. But I'm just saying,
But you always seen it like I love animals, right? So you've always seen like little dogs always bark and bite at the feet of dogs that they knew could like devour them with one bite. It's almost like they testing you to see because women know that men are stronger, right? So when they test you, this it's almost like they're testing you to see how much can I dig into, like how strong are you? Like that little dog. Like how much can I bite, like bark and bite at you before you put me back in line? And that's how I look at like most women. Like and men let and like just like that big dog. He let that little dog bark and bite way too much before he just like get the growl and let him know what it really is.
no, I think some of them just like to try niggas. Just I don't know. They like to see how far they can get with you before you go to a breaking point. But see, in this day and
I
age,
agree.
but in this day and age right here, you got to be real careful. Like, especially, you're a dude in this climate. Like, they trying to get you for all kinds of shit these days. But, the thing is, it's nothing that a little simple home training won't solve. Sheed, we here is stepped up here. What's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Shit, what you got?
see,
What you got? You were here since the beginning of the broadcast. What you think so far?
Man, I was in and out, but just dealing with the topic, like the points you got up there, man. It's a headache. It's a headache.
Yeah, I
Man,
mean, yeah, I mean, like, I witnessed men go through this. It's either one or two or three of them, and well, it's never all. I mean, it is, yeah, or all four. Being a bitch, they gain weight, they want to act all, act all like give me a breakish and shit, and they talk too fucking much. They think they
yeah,
can speak. They think they can speak in places where men are supposed to speak, and I'm gonna go ahead and blame men on this one. If you're putting up with that, it's your fault. You don't have to put up with that. I'm not saying like be an imminent physical threat to her. I'm just saying like you can put your foot down.
yep,
There's men in the black manosphere. I'm not going to call out one name. I won't disrespect your channel like that. But you know what you know what's up. There's
Well,
men.
yeah, I know what's up, and they disrespect the black manosphere, but yeah, let's stay away from names. I mean, somebody go back and be like, and I mean, I'm like, I make it like I said, I have an open door policy. It's like, feel free to step up to that motherfucking plate and tell me what's on your mind. But if a person isn't here, it just yeah, I appreciate your consideration.
hey,
But
when it comes,
Always. I never cut you short, brother.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's have this conversation. We just getting started.
Well, there's black men, and like I said, I would say no names individually, but there's black men that are profiting off the pain and suffering of black men dealing with their women, and they get to dress it up nice and smell it up nice, but it's not going to change anything by pushing it mainstream if we're not taking care of the roots. Like I say, I'm a farmer. I believe I grew up country and I believe in the country. And I know you need good soil, you need good roots, because if something ain't got good roots, it ain't gonna take good growth.
Yeah, man. Cause I hear a lot of channels, man, and like I said, when it comes down to it, I understand a lot of men going through pain. I understand a lot of men have, suffered great deals, but we come here to kind of educate people on, the do's and the don'ts. I've been through some. I'm gonna give you my experience to let you know, hey, this is what I went through. Don't go through this. And for a lot of guys, like Kev was saying, that's in these relationships with all these factors, the weight gaining, the attitudes, the being macho and just big talking and stuff. I hear guys go through it all the time. Like I said, I've talked to guys. I've told them, if you're willing to deal with this, I'm just gonna sit back and watch the whole thing burn out. And they're looking at me like, oh man, she ain't that bad. I'm like, dude, you literally have to, humble yourself when your girl come around. Hey, shut up, man. She right there. I'm like, where is this coming from? Like, whatever happened to the whole man of the house thing? Like, a lot of men don't have that, to where they say, this is my house, I'm the man.
Well, you have to be trained to be that kind of man, and you have to have come up in an environment that tells you that not only is it okay for a man to be a man, but a man is required to be the sort of man that you describe. That's a lot of training. That's a lot of experience. That's you're observing your father and grandfather and uncles. And, at least that's how it used to be. Right. So when all that goes away, you don't, even though you might consciously know or believe what a man is supposed to do or what a man is supposed to be. What you don't have is the muscle memory of manhood. You don't have those automatic responses to things that a boy who has been trained by a father is going to have, because he's seen and witnessed his father interact with his mother in that way. And even though he don't necessarily know that he was learning a lesson, but it was getting into him by osmosis. It was getting to him just because he was in the environment. He heard the tone of his father. He saw the look in his father's eyes when he was trying to make a point with his mother. He saw his mother's response and his mother's body language when his father said certain things certain ways. That's all the wisdom that is being denied to black men over the last couple of generations. And so
Um,
now you get with a woman, and she's been told all this feminist stuff and all, mama and gynocratic stuff. So she has very definite programming in her. I mean, she knows what she's going to expect of you. She's got that has been bred into her mind, going all the way back to childhood, is continually being reinforced within her family, within her friends, at school. So you're competing not just against that woman, you're competing against all of your community, all of your society that backs her. So in light
Black,
of that, it shouldn't surprise us that so many men are at a great disadvantage when we're
um,
dealing with women.
Black Euro, I respect everything you say. You are not just an elder. No, no, no. You're not just older. You're not just older than me. You're an elder to me, and I don't respect everyone There is I do not respect my elders. I would talk because Roger know I got into it with what's his name? Angry Man. I don't respect everyone that's older than me, but I respect everyone that's elder to me. You are elder to me.
Thank
And
you.
can we change the word man with homestead? I don't want to use the word man anymore. I'm not a man. I'm a homestead. You can count on me to grow to get it from the dirt, to get it from the mud. You can count on me to work and do whatever it takes. You can count on me to be a roach, to be a Maslow's survival or a Darwinism survival of the fittest. You can count on me to make it no matter what. Everyone believes in that Rocky, that phoenix from the grave, that rise from the ashes kind of man. But I don't believe in that rise and ashes from the man. I believe in that get it from the mud and creation of man. I really believe. I don't believe. I'm not gonna say God because God is. I don't believe God's name is God. I believe the higher power believes in man, then woman, then child, and I will push for that to the end of my days. I don't hate women, but I recognize that they are flawed, and I am flawed. But I'm trying to push for perfection. That's the reason why I respect everything you say because your criticism isn't in hate; it's in a push of a better man, not through the internet. We may be talking through the internet, but you're pushing for a better man outside of technocrats and Democrats and Republicans and groups. You're pushing for a better man. That's just why I respect you, Black Guru, the Roger Report, also the platform I'm on. I always respect She. People call She the simp, but She is a nigga that you don't want to fuck with.
And the crazy part is this, man. I'm cool with them guys, like Roger always say. They don't even know the definition of a simp. So basically, it's just like free range. They just throw words out there and let them try to stick. And the thing about it is, a lot of guys calling me a simp that I'm in a relationship, been married for 14 years. So that's what a simp is. Then I guess their definition is starting to change the meaning of a simp. A guy who's been married, have kids. The funny thing is, I was on my cousin was on Facebook, and he liked to put all these little witty comments and try to shame people or talk junk. So he was putting on one comment that he don't like people that always forget where they come from. And I put him, I was like, oh, so you hate yourself. And he has this love hate relationship with me because I'm always on him. So he told me I failed as a man. And I bust out laughing because me and his dad always talk about him. He strives to be so successful to the point at any cost. And I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, I started like list all the accomplished things I've done with my life since, if we gonna compare ages, because this guy's like 30. I'm 30, I'm 36. So I'm looking at all the things I've accomplished in my life, all the things that he's accomplished, just comparing from years and things like that. And I'm like, well, if he feels that way, I mean, so be it. That's his feelings. But I mean, if we go plate for plate, match for match, I think I'm pretty more successful than him. And this guy's, was getting on up in his years. At 30, I was making way more money than he was at his age. So it's just comparing those things. I'm hearing guys in the sphere saying the same little stuff around like that too. And I'm like, dude, I've set a foundation for my family. I've set a foundation for myself, people around me to kind of, do certain things. I've actually hired my friends. I've hired their friends to come work for me when I had, a little business, when I started little companies and stuff like that. Not trying to brag or nothing, but I'm like, I'm actually a person that's kind of going out here and putting in the work. And I see a lot of guys on this space. That's why majority of the time I'm always either getting someone's number on here who's in the city or not, and just kind of networking with them. Because a lot of guys on here, they just here to relieve their pain, and that's it. But with me, I know I'll never be broke because I'm always dealing with connections. I'm trying to find guys in this space that either know something that's about something, and that's what I'm here for. All the guys, we can talk about the women all day long. You know, like the old folks say, till the cows come home. But in the end, if you ain't got that money, ain't none of these women gonna respect you. And if you wanna be single and be by yourself, you still gotta have a foundation to take care of yourself. So just being on here to a certain degree of not, kind of networking and working with guys and, getting a better outcome for yourself, that's what I shame most of these guys with. Because, even with dealing with the topics, most of the guys will come on here, we'll talk about certain things. Half of the guys you might be sitting in the car because you don't want your old lady to know. You know, half of the guys might be, tucked off in the room or something with the door locked with the headphones on so nobody can't hear. Like I say, I sit down. I said this on several channels. Edward was kind of asking me why I do that. I let my wife listen. I share with my family. I don't share the channel too much, Jack, on my social media. I share directly with most people that I tell them that this is what's going on, and this right here, I'm sending you the message. It's affecting you. Taking a run with it. I just wanted to go and say that. I mean, I was about to go on a bigger tangent, but go ahead.
Here's what it is, bro. Here's what it is. I think all these conversations are necessary. I mean, I think a lot of the venting and the bitching is necessary because I think that what it does is it dilutes the message of the people that are trying to actually straighten the situation out. So I understand how those conversations can be tiresome and repetitious, and I do understand that. Here's two things. Number one, and I'm not trying to compare or compete with any of the females. Nobody has any problem with females doing this shit over and over again. I'm not trying to say that, we as men, yes, I understand that those conversations are far too numerous. And, guys be jumping from panel to panel and saying, hey, you know what? She did this, she did that. But, in some instances, why not? I mean, black men literally have nowhere else. Will have like maybe one or two places to go. So yes, and yes, hooking up with productive people, that is a great thing. Like we need to, well, but what we need to do is promote people, who are productive in this space, who can help you make more money and achieve a better life. Because some people are here for that. Here's what I don't like. I don't like the people who are here for that says bullshit like they talking about this, they talking about that, and they should be talking about this. I understand that, but if those channels are actually getting a viewership, who am I? Who if those channels are getting, if they have an audience, they're doing something that's actually working. And, and a lot of those guys who do that, and I try to avoid this, I try to avoid, you know, belly aching about what somebody does with their content. You know, I try to avoid it at all costs, because it's like people can say a multitude of things about you for doing that, especially if you don't have a viewership. So it's like, it all depends on what you're here for. I'll tell you what I'm not here for. I'm not here to just shit all over black women. That's a misconception about the space of the black manosphere. You know, if you want to sit up there and talk about submission, how you're not going to take this and take that, and these black men this and these black men that, I'm going to respond on some things that can help us meet halfway. Because, hey, you know what? My daughter, who is 6 right now, has to grow up in this society. And some of these people out here are horrible ass examples. They really are. And any woman that acts like the opposite, acts like the 4 problems that I put up there, they are setting their daughters up and they're setting the younger women up for failure. And there are a lot of females that are young out here. It's almost to the point where I'm glad I have a daughter and not a son. It's almost to that point. So it won't get completely to that point for a lot of us to further the divide. Conversations like these are necessary. Now, that's why and Soul Provider Speaks. I see you in the chat soon, brother. Like I'm like he has requested an interview, so I'll be appearing on Soul Provider Speaks soon, like very soon. So I'll email him to see what kind of details that is going to have. But yeah, that I'm gonna start interviews on this channel. And the reason, and I stated this earlier, is because whatever I'm not strong in as far as to bring to the public, and I do have a platform that is 2K subs, so it does have a little bit of reach where I can't inform somebody on something, the interviewee can, you know, because I'll admit that there I have a bunch of strengths, but I have a few weaknesses as well. And I can't say what all 2K subscribers are here for. I can say the majority of them, if anything, all of them are here for me. They're here for this channel. But you have to, variety is the spice of life. So I haven't heard from Roger yet. You still up here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Long live the habitual line
Uh,
steppers.
Long live, brother. Long live. Shout out to everybody out there in the chat. I heard this was the greatest chat on social media. That's a rumor, but
Hey, because that with them, they can't help how great they are.
no, I publicly said I hate the kid thought of that line before me. I really do. But yeah, I mean, when it come down to it, because I didn't catch the front end of the show, I was on my show, but I think, yeah, all these things that we're doing are necessary. I think eventually is going to help turn things around because when people have to come together, you'll have a lot of people that are contentious toward each other, and because coming together is forced, you'll have a certain amount of fighting because no one really knows what's going on with the other people. But because of these conversations, when we get ourselves together, and some of it's going to be based on what we want to do, some of it's going to be based on what we have to do. Because there will be a good chunk of people who go and get together because that's what they're going to have to do. At least if they start listening to these conversations, they'll have a blueprint to make it go right in a lot of different ways before they have to go through a lot of extra aggravation from dealing with a person who maybe a year ago they didn't want to deal with at all. So I think it's going to be helpful in those terms because I think with automation coming up, I just think with COVID being the way it is, even though you're gonna have some people working from home more because every job that went away is not gonna come back. Uh, Black folks gonna have to learn to get along whether they like it or not. You know, and I don't see I don't see America changing as far as group versus group anytime soon. So we gonna have to get along whether we like it or not. Might be due to an economic situation, might be due to a proximity situation. It might be due to the type of jobs we have. Whatever the case is, we're gonna have to learn to get along because it's just gonna be too much pressure for us to do it. And then we don't get along, we're gonna be shooting ourselves in the foot even further. So I think we're gonna get it together, and I think a lot of these conversations will help people draft a blueprint of how I can be move better in a society, especially amongst my own kind. So I think it's gonna be a great help, and I even honestly believe that the folks who are outside of our group who actually come and listen. If they see what's been going on with us, they see things more like our situation happening in their situations. So they're coming to get it together too. So I believe we're not just gonna help our own. We're gonna end up helping this whole country,
I
if not the
believe that.
entire world.
I believe that to 100 to the core of my heart. And that's the reason why I love to bring up the great state of Oklahoma. I'm from North Carolina. I live in Texas. I have no ties to Oklahoma like that, but I'm calling it out because I've been there. And I know how strange they look at black people because they know how green they know how much we mean to that state. We almost redefined that. The reason why they talk about the Tulsa, the reason why they talk about the Oklahoma and Black Wall Street bombing, because it almost redefined America. They don't want to talk about Rosewood or Asheville, North Carolina, or the multiple other not plantation but ports of black income that were happening. That's the reason why I'm into farming, because you have to get it from the mud, man. You have to get it from the beginning to the end. And that's what we are. We are the beginning to the end. We can be in that sun. The sun don't burn us. We are meant to do this.
Well, just make sure you have lots of water. I had a friend die about. I'm just saying. I had a friend die like 20 years ago because he worked out in the sun.
Oh,
So as long, yeah, you can do that all
That's
day. I
true.
mean, it doesn't
That's
chap our
true.
skin. It
That's
doesn't
true.
chap our skin, but heat exhaustion is a motherfucker.
That is 100% true. You can always have it's what you call heat exhaustion. It's actually a heat stroke. What happens is your core temperature, and you see it in children. You see that people don't really they say they say if you give me a child by the age of 5, I can give you your man, or I can give you your person. So people don't grow that too far from the too far from their childhood. People, like, you know what I'm saying, like the apple don't fall too far from the tree. As a farmer, I always as a farmer, as a man, I always interested in agriculture. That always stuck close to me. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. So that's very true. So you have to keep yourself well hydrated. That's the part of um farming. But it's one of those things where you have to keep yourself hydrated with the right information and the right nutrients, because if you don't, you will die out. I mean, you've been they've been there's been plenty of people that have fed they've over nutriated, over flooded their plants out. They gave their plants what they thought their plants wanted, but didn't give them what they needed. And I think black people at this point, we know what we need of what we want, and I feel like we're going to get our needs over our wants, and it's gonna give us a lot of our wants too.
um, I wanted to go back to you know when you're older and you've seen how things have changed. Um, it may give you a little more perspective about. I mean, when I hear men verbalizing um, their views, their pains, their frustrations in this environment over and over again, and newer people coming in with the same stuff. I don't I don't see it in the context of, or I don't see it just in the context of what they're doing or not doing. I see it in the context of the last 40 some odd years of anti-black male media that was everywhere, that was on 60 Minutes or 2020, that was all on your local news all the time. The super predator thing that you had presidential candidates and their staff that were using against black men. How they used the unfortunate death of a great young basketball player, Lynn Bias. They actually used that to script those crack cocaine laws that then incarcerated over time millions of black men. I remember Donahue. I remember Oprah. I remember Sally Jesse Raphael. These shows were on TV every day, and very often they were on some kind of anti-black male shit every day. I mean, we're complaining about a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand black men complaining in this environment. Gentlemen, for decades, virtually every day throughout the country, some anti-black man shit was going down all the time. Much of it started even before most of you all were born or even thought about, and were perpetuated. And then when rap came in, then that became another uh, reason or justification or mode of criticizing and condemning black men.
Hey, Black,
So
you
when I hear people complain about what's being verbalized in this environment, but then when I think about what I've seen over the last 40 some odd years, I'm like, this is not even an infinitesimal percentage of the level of depraved propaganda that has been waged against black men for several generations, well, throughout the history of this country, but certainly the more modern uh, era over the last 40 to 50 years. I mean,
Uh,
you have presidents create the war on drugs, right? That was a propaganda war against black men. This was started in 1972 by President Nixon. I'm
Black
sorry,
Joe,
I'm
Black Joe,
ranting.
I'm glad you brought up all those things, and and again, I'm going to bring up the state of Oklahoma. Not to, I'm going to push for this. I don't care what you say. I'm going to push for this because Black Wall Street was started in Oklahoma. There were no marijuana laws, and Oklahoma has medical marijuana right now, which is going to eventually lead to recreational marijuana. And marijuana is something that Black people have always used, and something that we can profit off not just off the smoking or the THC or the butter. We profited off
stocks,
the stock,
invest.
the stocks. We profited off the literal stem. They made hemp oil. They made hemp lotion. They made hemp clothing. Like like the guy with the soft voice. I forgot his name. He had the first car parts that were made from hemp products. So Oklahoma is they have medical. They're pushing towards legal. That's where the last Black Wall Street was. I don't want us to be hurt anymore. I want us to start finding pockets of this country that we can thrive in. And I think Oklahoma is an area that we can thrive in. We can get land, we can get cows, we can get I'm gonna show and prove. Rather than talk about it, I'm gonna stop talking about it. I'm just gonna show and prove.
Yep, and leadership by example is very good. Is instead of just saying stuff, you're showing your work, and that's some great shit. But everything that you just said about the marijuana industry is the exact reason why it's illegal. It is one of the most versatile substances on the planet. Not just, yeah, you're right, not just for smoking. It makes more durable clothing, and it can be made into fuel.
It's the silver, like silver is the hard like if you were like if marijuana was a hard metal, it would be silver.
Yeah, Yeah, very, very, very. Like silver is soft. You have to mix it with another metal in order to for it to maintain its shape. But it's a
But
really versatile substance.
but look what it can do. It can make antibiotics. It can make
Yeah,
it can shield you from radioaction, 5G. It can also be a form of economic holding. That's just three forms of what silver can do. Look what marijuana, forget marijuana, the hemp product. Just look what black men can do.
marijuana. Marijuana is a was a term used to demonize the substance. It's actually called cannabis,
I
cannabis sativa, and cannabis indica. Yeah, that's
exactly. And
yeah,
and you 100% to correct me. I just spoke for the masses, but
yeah,
there's
yeah, yeah.
so
Layman's
much.
terms. Yeah, I understand.
There's so much that we can do. I have been hurt, black men. Black men, my name is Irv. Look, I have no super production. Irv Gotti. Let me tell you, I have been hurt. I have been through abortions. I have been through divorce. I have been through false rape charges as a registered nurse. A white woman falsely accused me of rape, and I'm still here providing care for people in a COVID unit, trying to get like buying a farm. Like, no matter what, black man, I know you've been to jail. I know they told you were hell. I know they told you were black. You were a nigger. You're ignorant. You're nothing. You're trash. You're dirt. Get it from the mud, man. I believe in you because I believe in myself, man. You're so amazing. You're so much, man. You can do it, brothers. You can do it because I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And you can do it too. And I'm going to show it. Not just talk to you. I'm going to show you.
All right, that's good shit. Let me say this real quick. Yeah, there's 72 of you, 73 of you watching right now, and I got 58 likes. So let's get the likes up. The Also, let me thank Sheed. We here for the Cash App. I appreciate the support, brother. Yeah, the title of the show is Black Don't Crack, but Time Tells on Us All the Wall. Now, although I did prepare a video package for the women, I did not prepare a video package for the men because I am heterosexual and I don't look at men in a way that attracts me. So I can't really uh, comment on stuff like that. Only women can, but women go after money and power. So some of the dudes I see y'all end up with, it's like you couldn't lie to me enough. Period. So, but to that, like about the marijuana conversation, Raven Knight says they're blocking minorities from it. I find that funny how they gentrified the shit out of cannabis. Yeah, I hear that runs rampant in Colorado, that minorities are being shut out of the business because it generates so much money so fast.
No, they're
Yeah.
not. They're not shut. The business. They're not. Then they don't have they don't have the capital to invest in the business. That's the reason why I'm looking at Stillwater, Oklahoma. It's where OSU, Oklahoma State University is. They have a great football program, and the football program suffers from a lot of they look suffer from a lot of concussions. You had Will Smith that worked in that and that acted in that movie about concussions. As a black man that played football, I am I'm into so many things, man. I'm so intellectual. I'm into looking at how marijuana can um bring down the inflammation um of the spine and the cerebral spinal fluid that is sent there to help the spine after a hard hit after a football game. That's the reason black men we're into sports. Why not look at how we can help ourselves through sports? You don't have to necessarily smoke marijuana. You can use CBD oil to bring down inflammation in your black male athletes. CBD oil with cold compresses can bring down the inflammation. Aspirin was a cheap drug but when he found out what it really was, he wanted to charge more. We are those people, man.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Yeah, I believe we're those
on
people too.
the
Go ahead. Go
on
ahead.
the sorry, on the marijuana thing, I do think I do think black people need to begin to collectively uh, look into discriminatory practices involving participation in the marijuana sector. Because as long as, all the states have different rules, they have different licensing rules, have different, just, distribution rules, retail or wholesale rules. So, just like any other business, is very easy for the powers that be to create some sort of licensure structure that will be inherently prohibitive for most black people to be able to effectively compete in if they apply certain capital restrictions, certain licensing restrictions. Obviously, black men have a proportionately higher, unfortunately, a proportionately higher incident of having records. So if there are prohibitions associated with you're having some prior conviction record of some sort, then that automatically disallows you from participating in that industry. So I do think black people, black men in particular, need to really start to look at how the whole the markets for marijuana, for cannabis, are being managed by the states, and whether we are being effectively locked out of that industry. And it's it's so ironic because black men have been so disproportionately policed on matters regarding cannabis. We've been, so many of us have surrendered portions of our productive years associated with arrests and convictions associated with marijuana and other drugs. So it seemed quite unfair that now we would then be collectively locked out of the industry now that it has been legalized. So I do
Yeah.
think we should look much more into that. And I think the manosphere should collectively focus more to some degree in that area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thank you, Black Uru. That is the reason why I refer to you as an elder, not just older, because the reality of it is, um, we can talk about Pookie and Ray Ray. Pookie and Ray Ray got caught up in the system of what we need to be doing as black men. They're not our enemies. They are our soldiers. We have so much amongst us as black men that I'm not beefing with no more black. I will never beef with another black man. I will only build with them.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that you want to work towards solidarity for black men because I do believe we are the strength of the community, and I do, but I also believe that at this point there's not enough of us on board with this, But to hear someone on board with it is reassuring. So I appreciate that, Irv. You know, uh, yeah, but I want to deal with four things with men. Not necessarily that we have to deal with them as a wall, but I just typed this in. Like I just typed this in. Uh, and I asked, do men hit the wall? And I gave four factors that could be such, that could contribute to such. Number one, overworking. Uh, men bust ass to take care of their families. Uh, and amongst other things, and also if they have to, especially after they take care of themselves, and to sustain a life. So that could lead to some health issues if you don't get the proper rest chasing that money. Stress levels, as always, will always be damaging to one's physical and outward appearance and internal health. um, that's for men and women. I did mention stress levels, well, in more or less a more direct way with the women, but of course with men is like did you ever heard of the term, putting gray hairs on your head? Yeah, it's just like that. Many things can do that for men, like just dealing with life, getting beat up, getting badgered, as a black man, getting trashed, having to go through many challenges just to live, from motherfucking day to day. Number three is a really big one amongst black people. One of the number one killers amongst black people is obesity. It's not eating right. I know a lot of dudes my age. I still have my father. You know, Fortunately, my father was a man in his earlier life. Used to keep himself in some good shape, and he used to it's like he ate okay. I think that I do eat a little better than he does, because I am privy to knowledge that wasn't exactly he wasn't exactly privy to. Plus, once you became a husband in them days, you ate what your wife cooked, especially if she was cooking some good stuff. So, but it's not always great to eat fried stuff, fattening stuff, stuff that is white, basically is especially us men, that we'll just like we'll eat on the fly because we're always busy, we're always working, and we're always taking care of shit. Sometimes we leave it on our wives to monitor our diets, and sometimes she be cooking up some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, like, a man, and they take that way the man's heart through is to his stomach, quite seriously. But that doesn't change the fact that you do eat unhealthy quite frequently. And number four, because we are men, in our lives, likely, if we were physical at one point or another, we were boys. I think that the men on this panel came up and kind of rough, maybe, if it, at one point, playing shit like tackle football, might have gotten a bone broken. I've never had a bone broken, by the way, ever, knock on wood. But it's for other people, like they might have lift weights, they might have hurt their back, so they can't lift weights like that anymore, and they can't work on that core like they used to, so they get their gut. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, people, I guess fighters, fighters
Can,
get punched in their face all the time. I mean, just later in life, face kind of look uneven and not symmetrical, because they've been through so much. I mean, I'm just throwing some things out there. I
can
mean,
can I bring something back? And I'm not trying to say that keeping frame or keeping masculine frame is the way to keep a woman. What I'm saying is not this has nothing to do with masculine frame and keeping a woman. What I'm saying is there's something to a man being able to take a hit. There's something to a person. Forget a man. Because I never knew what a man was. I never grew up questioning what a man. I didn't question what a man was until I got on the internet. Um, I always grew up knowing what a man was. I always saw men that did not care technically what women said, but they always had gardens, botanical gardens, collards, cabbages, watermelons, carrots. They always had pigs. They always had turkeys. They always went deer hunting. I never. It's even though I'm on the internet now as a divorced man marrying a woman from the city. I never knew what the internet was like that until I came into the city rather than how I grew up as a child.
Okay, but
Honestly, man, the old way ain't so
here's
bad.
the thing. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, no, I was just saying, man, the old way ain't so bad. I mean, like, honestly, it wouldn't be too bad to get away from the world every now and then because it's pretty crazy out here, man. So that's all I was gonna say.
That's the reason why I've literally forgot about um trying to please the modern day woman, and I've gotten to what I'm very I don't care if a woman calls me childish. I love to play in the mud. I love to put worms in the mud. I love to grow plants. I love to play with animals and horses, and I love to like love my son. I talked to my baby mama today. Like she's so mad at me that I'm so simple and that she's so complex. Like she's
Mm.
like, and men are so simple, man. We just want to put a seed in the ground and watch it grow. We just want to see a cow make milk and then make a calf. We just want to see a rabbit make more rabbits, a chicken make more chickens, a hen and roosters. We just want to see life. Our women are fighting against life. They're the ones that fight for my body, my right. I mean, if you look at penguins, right? If you look at penguins, penguins are very they live in a very arctic, a very cold nature. America has become very isolated, so very about me, a very cold nature, right? And female penguins, they leave their mates and go rob other nests, and then they eventually come back to their husband sitting there nice and like a nice guy, cool, after she done robbed the world. And I don't want to live in a cold universe. I don't want to live in a cold world. I know as a farmer, I know that you have to protect your plants against frostbite. You don't want your collards, even though collards grow in a colder climate, you don't want your collards to have a frost bite. You don't want your food to stay in the deep freezer to become to the point where it becomes frost bitten. You don't want the coldness of this world to suck the life out of this world.
I hear you, man.
Okay, I'm back with it, y'all. All right.
All right,
So
all
what?
right, all right, all right, all right. Let me get. Who's trying to say something? Who trying to say?
That was me, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to put I just want to put this up as an
Woo.
example.
Oh
Yeah,
damn.
yeah. This has been out for a while. This is Gary Dordan. He
Man, it
was
looks like you got hit by
the
Mike
first
Tyson like 5 times.
for real. No, that you sure that wasn't
Uh-huh.
Mitch Green? But oh,
I
he
have
looked like he got hit by Mike Tyson.
Uh, can I say something? I have not fallen in love with this world. Let me tell you something. I know that life is nothing but a blink. It's nothing but a whisper. You are here and then you are gone. I have not fallen in love with this world. I know the spirit of the black man, and I know that we've been through hell. I have been through hell, but I refuse to die, man. That's all. I'm not trying. I'm not sounding like a simp or a punk or nothing, man. It's just black men have been through hell, man, and we still stand here. I mean, I ain't trying to like, I ain't trying to sound like a hero. I'm not your hero. I'm not a hero. I'm nothing. I'm not. I'm nobody but a black man that is still here and trying. That's all I am. I'm nothing. I'm nothing but dirt, grain. I'm salt. I sinned. I'm a fuck up. I'm nothing. I am literally nothing. I'm a dirty ass nigga. Just sitting, this standing here trying, bro. That's all I am.
I don't
That's
want to say all that, but I feel you, dude. I feel you.
all right. Well, yeah. I mean, I would want you to think more a little bit higher of yourself. I mean, definitely.
Yeah.
I
But
wanted to the wall. You know, Uh, the wall is not, the wall is a sign of the diminishment and the eventual termination of a woman's reproductive capacity. The wall is
Mm.
not just getting old, it's not just, you know, you work too hard or not eating right or whatever. Every female is going to hit the wall, regardless of how well she takes care of herself, how well she eats, how well she sleeps, whether she works uh, too much or too little or just right. She is going to eventually lose her reproductive capacity. It's going to show on her face, it's going to show on her body, it's going to show in changes in her metabolic activity, in her body temperature. That's not something that happens to men. That's what happens to women. Women have a finite reproductive duration, and the wall symbolizes the eventual termination of that process. So I think we should be careful not to equate what you're presenting here with what happens to a woman. This happened to this individual man. The wall happens to every human female.
Do you know one of my favorite movies? One of my favorite movies in this world is a movie named Twister. It was shot between it's a and I feel like men, especially black men, like we have a mixture of air scientifically. We have cold air and warm air start to turn within itself. It creates a twister and it turns up things. And I think that's what the manosphere, especially the black manosphere, I think it's a twister. It turns up things. It takes the good black man and the trouble black man, and it twists up together, and it creates a it creates nothing but positivity. Because you can look at you can look at a tornado and say that it's devastating. It's negative, but it turns and it twists and it neutralizes to a positivity of tearing up everything that's bad. We're living in a true twister, and the Raj Report, the Black Man, all this it's just a twister of the black mentality, the black male mentality.
All right, folks. All right, folks. So, let me get this straight with some of you in the chat. So some of you in the chat feels as if that men do not technically hit the wall, so to speak. But I don't know, man. Like as far as this guy goes, look like a wall. Like whooped his ass. I mean, it's like yeah, he didn't hit the wall. The wall hit him several times. I mean, like something happened. Like god damn,
Hey
that motherfucker look
brother,
like a werewolf.
hey
Like
brother,
He said something more like everything happened. Everything happened and took his money out of his pockets.
can I ask y'all a question? Is that the wall? Is that the wall or a twister? Like
Both.
it's some
the wall
both.
is a very well like we use the wall very we use the wall very I think we use the wall very naively, honestly. I think we put the wall out there as if it's just a wall. Oh, you just hit a wall in life. It's not just a wall in life. It's a tornado of life. It's the good and the bad of life. Look at that man on the left. Look at that man on the right. That's not just bad. That's not
That's
just
that,
bad.
that's you know what that is. That's PS4 versus Xbox.
Uh,
It's
now we
true.
lying. Let's not be up here lying.
It,
Hey, hey,
that's what happens to a black man when a black man don't realize who he is and he falls to the ills of society. That black man, I don't think he lost. He just don't know who he is. And I think a lot of us are like that. And I think our society is suffering from that. I'm not trying to sound like a simp or Afrocentrist
Look, the only
or none of
difference
that.
between him, the only difference between him and many other people in Hollywood is that the local media was not as courteous to him when he went on his drug bender than they've been to Michael Douglas and all these other guys who had drug addictions, or Ben Affleck, who has been in and out of Alcoholic Anonymous for almost 20 years now. You never hear about that. You never see these pictures of Ben Affleck. You know, Michael Douglas was a dope fiend for about 30 years. You never saw those pictures of him. That's not unique to the people in that business. What's unique is because, you know, they didn't cover up his shit the way they covered up most of their shit that are in that business. So when I look at that picture, I don't really think much of it at all. I think most of those folks in that business at some point look like that at some point. His
And
just got out.
and black you and black you.
Nick Nolte, famously drug fiend, dope fiend. You know, I don't see anything unique there other than, like I said, the fact that it got in the media.
And you are
Gary Busey's another one. Gary Busey's another one. You know, wild type guy. You know, all that. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens in that business.
I mean, who was the governor of Washington D.C. It's not a state but a territory. What was his name? Marion. What was his name? The guy that they said did all the
Mary
cocaine.
Berry.
Yeah,
Marion
exactly,
Barry.
exactly. They try to tear him down as a black
Marion,
man.
I believe Marion Barry. I believe Marion Barry was set up by that woman. The white people, the white politicians wanted to take him out because he was doing many good things in Washington D.C., particularly for young people, and they didn't like that, so they hired a sister who it's very easy for a woman to introduce a man to other sorts of sinful life. They hired her to essentially get him in a partying type of mode, and crack is very addictive, and that's that. It's a damn shame what happened to Marion Barry, and it's a damn shame that all we think about associated with him is crack. Because if you know anything about Marion Barry, he fought damn hard for black people in Washington D.C. It's a
Thank you,
damn shame that the only thing we know about that man is that damn thing that damn sting operation that they perpetrated against him.
thank you. I'm gonna shut up.
And
Thank you.
nobody
I'm
ever
gonna
talks
shut
about
up.
that black woman. Nobody ever talks about that black woman who was with him when that whole thing went down. Nobody ever brings her up. You know, that we talk in this space about black women and sabotage and all that type of shit. But that was an example of what happened there, and we never talk about that.
Man, that's I remember when that happened to Marion. I remember that happened to him.
You all really need to read about Marion Barry. You really do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hey, you know what though, Black Guru?
Damn shame that they.
I do remember like that there was this report on Marion Barry that did not focus on that, and I watched that whole thing. They told everything about Marion Barry besides that. A lot of people did. You're right. A lot of people did focus on that, and when In Living Color first dropped, like
He helped a lot of people.
yeah, and
He
when it
helped a lot of people get jobs. he fought. I mean, that's why they reelected him even after he had gone through all of that. The people of DC knew who that man really was.
That is the reason why I shut up and I say that Black Euro is an elder, not just an older. There is a difference. That's the reason why I shut up and let him speak, because he's an elder, not just an older.
All right, Irv. Black Uru, you're older than me. But hey man, but no, I mean you be spitting some straight
Thanks,
facts.
thanks, thanks for
No,
reminding me. Thank
yeah,
you.
but you be spitting some straight facts though, man. Like the legacy of Marion Barry, the legacy of Marion Barry should not be that crack bust at all. Like yeah, Black
Yeah,
Uru is
yeah.
absolutely correct about that man. But see that rolls back to, you know what? That rolled back to him being a black man. It's so easy for us to
Hmm.
tarnish the legacy of a black man.
And,
And it's like it's in reverse for white people, especially people like Charlie Sheen, who's still able to get gigs even though he infected women with HIV. Like that's really weird.
yeah, yeah, and it had hookers and all that stuff, and yeah, I mean, right,
Actually,
right. So
not
no,
to
I
get
don't. I mean,
into
let's be honest. They would have eventually done the same thing to Dr. King had he lived long enough, for
You
sure.
know what?
Because
I
the
think
FBI had all those tapes. The FBI had all those tapes about Dr. King and all the women, and they weren't just black women. Um, they would eventually did the same thing to Dr. King. I mean, I know that's a sad thing to ponder given our memory of Dr. King, but you know, the bittersweet or the irony of his life is he died before he could be tarnished.
I want. Can I say something real quick? Um, I really do think, man, we right now we're all in a moment of learning. This is a great time to be a black man to learn, not because of the political shit, but somebody's background is like loud. I can't even hear myself. The TV running. Yeah, this is a great time to be a black man because
Yeah, whoever's got TV in the background, mute.
yeah, it's a great time to be a black man because we've seen most of this shit in history books. We've seen it on TV, and it's hitting the surface on all that's happening right now. Uh, a lot of these things are not taught in school, and now we have platforms. I think Kevin is doing a good job. I think Uru is doing a good job. Y'all hit on the mature points. Y'all make us see a little bit different than what we've been seeing. And I want to touch on, do men hit the wall? I do believe they do. You know, um, like I said before, plenty of times on this panel, we all have choices, maybe not the same opportunities, but we all have choices. Now, one thing I don't believe in is, tearing another brother down. Regardless to me being educated, having 4 degrees, and going to school, I was afforded that, but I can still sympathize with the brother that was falsely accused and given time in prison for things he did not do. Granted, there are a lot of those who did do a lot,
Mhm.
who are guilty, but like Irv Gotti said, he didn't see a whole lot being in North Carolina. He saw it here, and that's a good thing. You got your education, brother. Addition to you got some knowledge about agriculture. I mean, shit, you rich right there. You know. Um, Now, if you would have went outside of that where you live, and back in the '90s, like in Charlotte, every black man who's in the dope game ended up in a federal prison system, and they was all sentenced by this racist ass judge named Robert Potter. They call him Maximum Bob. He didn't give a fuck who you were. If you were black, you was getting the max, even if you never had a criminal record. So you made it out. I just want to say that, yeah, we all hit the wall in so many different ways, whether it's, drugs, whether it's the criminal justice system, whether it's entrapment by a woman, you know what I'm saying? Or just hating ass people.
And I'm glad you said that, man, because like I only made it out because of I probably that's the reason why I like agriculture because I play sports and all that bull jive, and I had my uncle bet on me and all that hood stuff, and my uncle, I had an uncle named Stacy Stay Free. Stacy Stay Free was his name. He had a pink crack house that he sold drugs out of, and I used to always go to his crack house and I would see black people smoking crack in the 80s, and I was born 87, so I saw it in the 90s. You know, the southern the country part, the country is a little bit slower than the city. So I saw crack hit the south, and especially in northeastern North Carolina and South Carolina hard in the 90s because it was behind the cities in the 80s.
And all the cases went straight to the federal uh, jurisdiction to get niggas off.
Exactly. They did. And my uncle Stacy Stay Free is doing federal time. I'm glad you said that. And
But you
That
notice,
was to put them under the three strikes thing.
yeah,
That was a guarantee that they were going to get the maximum sentencing.
yeah, but that came in like a little bit after '93 because they were just giving it time, man. I mean, hard time. They was giving you 15 extra years for having a gun, you know. And them little towns like that, Charlotte, we could say Charlotte, Kannapolis, Concord, um, Winston-Salem,
Hampton, LaGrange, Greensboro,
yeah,
Greensboro, Snow Hill, call them all out.
Greene County, all of them.
Hmm.
I know about them, man, because I was a correction officer up there, and I just saw so many brothers up there, you know. I sympathize with them, you know. I was just like a motherfucking trying to help them be like more like a runaway slave, you know, get their mind off things. I would bring a cheeseburger if that helped. You know what I'm saying?
And they was on that North Carolina, take your shirt off, spin around your head like a helicopter. They were so proud of being the thugs
Petey
that they
Pablo.
were. Yes, they were so proud of being the thugs that they were. They never understood. They never understood the men that they were.
And the
And
first
that,
thing come out of their mouth is, "Oh man, you know, I was big time out there on the street." You know, and the biggest thing though is the kingpin was a motherfucker who never went to jail. He was the one who was a confidential informant,
exactly.
taking down the whole goddamn town. And you like, damn, how this nigga get out?
And when I realized that the system used my uncle Stacy Stay Free, the pink house crack drug dealer, when they used him as a mousetrap, I realized that we're much more than that. I've been around it as a child. I mean, I don't want to make
No,
myself
man,
feel like,
dudes were 18 years old in 1993 getting life in prison. Never been in jail.
well, I know black men that dropped out of jail. I mean, they dropped out of high school to sell drugs with my uncle, but around the same time they were dropping out of high school, the same time they were dropping out of high school to sell drugs with my uncle. The United States government was also running a program that was letting black men join the military over staying in the streets. So, like, I mean, I really feel I'm conflicted. I'm really conflicted as a black man because I've seen help for black men and I've seen black men resist help. I mean, I'm really conflicted because I believe in us, but I've also seen the worst in us.
Like, in what ways do you mean? Because I mean, I think we get a lot of help, but I mean, all help isn't good help. So like, what help are you like referring to?
He's
Well,
talking about
the
like the programs that they have, but in the South, you can't trust them motherfuckers because they would tell you that they are going to help you, but they're doing nothing but entrapping you. You know, let me
Hmm.
tell you, you want. I say, if you never go, you will never grow. You got to get outside of your little ass town because that's entrapment, man. You know, I used to always feel I was a little boy. Always looking on TV like, damn, I wish I could be on Soul Train. I wish I could do this. I wish I could do that. And because you live in the South, you would think you just couldn't do those things. You know what I'm saying?
And
Mm.
I heard my uncles tell me that they went to a lot of my uncles got because my grandmother has 12. She had 12 kids. A lot of my uncles went. She had like six boys and six girls. And one of the girls died. She ended up with 11 kids. But they would always tell my uncle, my daddy, Irvin Atkins. I'm a junior. He was the only decent one. The rest of them were thugs, and she held my dad to a different standard. But however, a lot of the men that went to jail but chose the military program, they did go AWOL. They did go AWOL, and I understand where the manosphere says that you can't take a bad soldier and teach him good, but I just refuse to believe that because a lot of the brothers that were forced into Vietnam, the Vietnam men called them as they got them Vietnam brothers or Vietnam bros. So I refuse to believe that black men are not teachable. I do believe that black men are rebellious.
Well, let's say this. It takes all types, man.
Rebellious.
It takes all types to make the world go round. And like me, shit, the way I grew up, things were just normal. I never looked down on nobody. Uh, kids in the projects like to come to our house and play with us because we had a big house. I would go
Okay,
to the.
okay. Let's okay. Thanks for sharing that, but let's stay
All
on.
right, fellas, I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I chime in on the topic of black men hitting the wall? If y'all don't mind, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think that black men do hit the wall because mainly because of a lack of discipline.
Okay,
Because if I the reason why I say that is because
Well,
if,
well,
if hold on, let me
okay.
finish.
I'm
Let
gonna
me,
say
let me,
this.
let me finish. Let me finish. Because if a lifetime of poor diet, and like I got a friend of mine who, when he was younger, ate in it and everything, and so he ended up with type 2 diabetes because of that. And so with the type 2 diabetes and his medication that he took, he ended up with ED. I know individuals with high blood pressure who take blood pressure medicine, and so if they want to decide to have sex, they'll mess around and have a heart attack.
Can
And
I
so
can I
when you take
can
the
I add
medication,
can I add something in
Well,
real quick?
okay.
This
The
type
healthiest
that
woman, the healthiest woman who will ever live with the best diet on earth will hit the wall.
no
You guys are
wait.
making an apples. Let me make my point. You
Go.
guys are making an apples and the oranges comparison. The wall is a feature of the finite reproductive pathway of a human female. It's not just you're not eating right, or you're not exercising right, or you got diabetes or whatever. It has nothing to do with any of that. Is specific to the human female. A man does not hit the wall. Now, he may not take care of himself. He may become unhealthy. He may become a drug addict. He may not live a very healthy life. But that is not the same as hitting the wall. The
if he
wall is
has
if
ED,
men if a man can well, yeah, but that's not him hitting the wall. That's him having some health issues or some health factors that contributed to that. The healthiest woman who will ever live will still hit the wall because
True.
it's just a natural part of the progression and the eventual
Yeah,
termination of the female
hey,
reproductive cycle.
hey, real quick. Let me read this super chat by Black YouTube Fanatic. If you smoke too much, thank you. By the way, I appreciate the support. If you smoke too much crack, you're gonna hit the wall. That's what he says. If you smoke crack consistently, but like I give an example. Like I knew a guy that smoked crack. He rehabbed and then he started a yearly program for young black men to motivate and encourage them to be better people. So, he smoked a lot of crack. But if you stick with that loser lifestyle, guess what's going to happen? Yeah, that wall's going to fall on you like a ton of bricks. Maybe literally if you're sleeping in the wrong spot from being homeless. But yeah, I did use these L.
My
Is
whole point
the,
is,
is the
do
wall?
not
Go ahead, Black Uru.
do not attribute the natural human features of a female to men. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Uru,
We do not get pregnant. We do not have a finite number of eggs.
I just got one question. So just one question. So when the man is having ED the same thing as a woman that hits the wall? If a man can't get hard, or not, if his dingling don't work,
No,
is that the same
it's
thing
not.
as a woman hitting the wall?
It's not the same. That man is unhealthy. That man has some medical conditions that contributed to his. Look, man, there are men who are 80 years old who reproduce.
Yeah, Dr. Sabi was one of them.
So I mean, so whether a man has ED or not, that's more of a function of his specific, maybe family health issues, as well as him not doing things that he should probably do to protect and preserve his own health. That's not a natural phenomenon. The wall is a natural phenomenon that occurs to all human females. It does not matter how well she takes care of herself.
I agree with.
I think
It
what
does
y'all
not
not
matter
getting about the
what her
wall.
family history is.
Yeah, I think what y'all not getting about the wall is the term that's used to describe when the average woman is just not going to be wanted by men. Period. There's nothing she can do
Yes,
about it at
because
that
she
point.
can no longer reproduce.
So
Because her primary purpose and function for a man no longer exists. That
So the
does not
wall.
happen to a man. A man can reproduce at 50, 60, 70 if he's healthy.
So let's keep it real. The wall is death culture. That's the reason why black men turn. I'm not criticizing these people, but that's the reason why black men criticize the alphabet community. We're not mad at them. We just criticize them because of the death culture. I believe that black men believe in reproduction.
Well,
Some
it's
do.
not.
Some
This is
do.
not about deaf culture. It's about. I mean, the wall is really a term so a woman can easily identify that she has a shelf life. And her biological clock does matter. Right now, a lot of women are trying to push past their biological clock.
And
You
if
know,
they
they're
don't,
trying to
What,
they're trying to
what
convince
disturbs
men.
me about this conversation is it distracts women from it creates a false equivalency. It's an intellectual infirmity that we're engaging in. Because
Yeah,
the wall,
is it
just
safe
like
to say
pregnancy, only
I'm
happens,
sorry.
the wall only happens, just like pregnancy, the wall only happens to a human female. Pregnancy does not happen to men. The wall does not happen to men.
I agree.
So
I
so
agree.
is it safe to say, for like a good example, we can use someone for the audience and for everybody on the panel, if y'all would agree, someone like Halle Berry, but even though she just had a kid, like, but still Nicole Murphy, those women who would be like, up to age 50, where you would be saying, okay, even though they're still a beautiful woman, they have hit the wall because they have hit that stage where it's like if they do get pregnant, it's a chance of high risk, pregnancy risk.
Uh,
Yeah.
let me use that example and touch right on it. I'm gonna use myself as an example. I'm a 43-year-old man. Halle Berry can't do nothing for me. Okay. Now, especially if you take Halle Berry without the money, you know what I'm saying? When you rich, you can get access to certain stuff that a lot of folks who are just normal, regular, everyday people ain't gonna get access to. What do I want to talk to a woman that's 40 anything for?
Roger, can I say something? Roger, can I say
Well,
something to you real quick?
let me say this because I don't want to make it sound too harsh for the women, but at the end of the day, as a man who's not had kids yet, there's no reason for me to link up with a woman on a serious level who's 40 anything, because if I'm gonna hook up with a woman, it's gonna be somebody who I can have children with, because I'm still cool with having the family. If I get to the point where maybe I don't want no family, and I don't really see me ever getting to that point, I just don't see it happening. 40 anything year old woman is basically a waste of time for me to pursue.
Well,
Man.
Roger,
And the thing
What's
is
your
that
question?
they've done a
what,
really
what I
good
want to say,
job.
Roger, real quick is you can't. I'm with Black Rule on. I'm on 100% with Black Rule on this one. You cannot compare your 40 or 50-year-old sperm at all with a woman's egg. It's just not comparable. It's just not comparable.
Well, women run out of eggs. That's the whole point. They literally run
Right.
out. You're going to have a day in your life where reproducing is no longer an option.
And that's why they did such a good job at destroying the black woman through this reproductive thing, because they're saying, oh, work till you're 30 or 40, and letting them, get older and have that high risk pregnancy. And then at this point, most men who probably may want to have children aren't willing to take that risk with an older woman, which, when you break it down to a biological level, like, you see why men don't mess with women that are usually older. And I'm like, man, that, like, look at the state of the black community. Like, I do think it's a death culture that they're pushing on us, because the LGBTQ thing wouldn't be what it is if they didn't push it on the black community first. You see all these abortion clinics put in primarily black communities. Over 1,000 babies a day are being aborted, and they say, "Oh, pro-life." I'm like, it's working backwards, and that
But
that ain't pro-life.
a lot of abortions, and you gonna keep it all the way funky, keep the bread fresh. A lot of abortions are agreed upon between the man and the woman.
Nah,
I don't,
nah,
I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't.
there's no such thing. Only a woman can have an abortion.
No, I'm saying it's agreed upon, meaning that the person, the man she had got pregnant by, and
No,
her.
that don't matter though. At the end of the
I'm
day,
saying,
the
I'm saying,
woman
I'm
calls
saying,
the shot.
I
that's what
mean,
I'm saying. They
granted,
come together.
if that is the case, no, but
Mhm.
granted, if that is the case, it shows you how far they've pushed us outside of our roles as men. Because guess what? The man is supposed to be the protector and the provider who makes the decision, but they say we're
Man,
equal, or they say they have the woman doing the stuff that the man should be doing, and they got the man doing things the stuff that the woman should be doing. They got us working backwards, because the man would never be for that. He'd be like, no, that's
What
my
exactly?
no, I mean,
Hold on, whoa. What exactly is the man doing that the woman should be doing? Like, let's go ahead and get some clarity on that.
That's the reason why I brought up that whole
what was the question?
incident. Can I bring up the whole instance of
No,
Oklahoma with the
hey,
woman?
hold up, Irv.
You right, you right.
I want some clarity on what the man is doing that the woman should be doing.
What the man should be doing that the woman should be wait
Oh, you just
say that
said
one
what
more
the
time.
man is doing that the woman should be doing. I need some clarity on that.
No, I meant to say that they have us in opposite. They're trying to push us in opposite roles. You see how women are, they're out here working, right? They're working 1, 2 jobs to make sure that children are eating, but the father's not in the household. So the woman is trying to take on, the man's role. That's why you see women acting more masculine today instead of being in their feminine. And now they can't raise the children properly because their children are being raised by the government school, or the public fool system, I call it, because they're not teaching the children nothing. They're saying, oh, we're all equal, and pretty much teaching your children all kinds of crazy nonsense. That's why you see children in the state that they are today. They don't have their fathers. But what do you see on the media? They say they show fathers as bumbling fools, like The Simpsons, Family Guy. I don't know if you guys watch Rick and Morty, but look at the roles of the fathers, how the fathers are looked at as like they're like useless. But
well, again,
but you know,
if we talking about abortion, and like I said, I did work at one. I didn't know what it was. I used to see two people come in, and the chick will leave sad, and the dude leaving out with the biggest grin, like he wanted $1 million. I'm like, man, what's going on? What kind of place is this? He
broken
said, man, you
families.
don't know. I said, you
Broken
don't know,
families produce these mindsets, man. Broken families produce these
man.
kinds of people.
But again, if you can't afford the mouth to feed, and you know what I mean, whatever reason y'all, you and the man and the woman got together and said, hey, I really don't, she don't want a kid, You don't want a kid. The man don't want to put up with a newborn baby if she wanted to have it and give it to him. He don't want to put up with that. She don't put up with that. And that's an option to both of them. I'm not
No,
judging left, right, up, or down.
that's
Can
not
you
an
say?
option.
Hey,
That's
can I say
not an
something real quick?
option.
I
Can I
mean,
say
that's
something
why
real
they
quick?
call it the system. That they
Can
call
I
it the
say?
system for a
Hold on,
Yeah,
brother.
reason.
hey y'all, the host
Brother,
is talking. The host
brother.
is talking.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
What y'all like? Hey, can you really call it a broken family if it wasn't a family to begin with?
Thank
Like,
you.
Yeah, I
why do y'all
agree
keep
with that.
why do you keep
Thank you
using
for
these
asking
general
that
ass
question.
why y'all keep using these general ass terms like broken families? Like, and I said this a while back. Families are not created in the backseat of cars and in hotel rooms.
No,
Families
no,
are
I hear what
created
you're
in
saying.
established homes. So it's like we try our best to take responsibility as men, but we're absolving the other set of adults that are in this situation. Now and then that's why we got to be careful. We got to like update these narratives because it's like you keep saying the father's not in the home. Father's not in the home. It's not a damn home.
Thank
it's,
you, yo. Thank
it's,
you.
No,
it's
no.
not a home. It's like
Here's the thing. Like, I'm not saying that those things aren't happening. It was just the words that I used. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they call it a system for a reason. They teach children, hey, it's okay to have sex whenever. It doesn't really matter how many people you have sex. You see how much they promote sex, like through the music and movies and TV shows, commercials. Everything is just sex. And
Well,
then guess
that
what? The children pick it up. We got our smartphones now, so everybody could see it. There's no boundaries for really anyone at any age, and they say, oh, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But who's really suffering? We
that
are, and
that
out of
But
plan.
see, that's why. But that's what I'm saying. The thing is, we cannot start accepting stuff that ain't got nothing to do with us. Abortion is
Mhm.
a woman's issue. Men don't have abortions. Men cannot force a woman to have an abortion. It's 100% their decision. Period.
no,
So
absolutely,
if
absolutely.
so, at the end of the day, there is no conversation about what men want when it comes to abortion unless we change the law. And and
No,
We
and
absolutely. I'm not.
and,
I'm
and,
and,
not.
and if we don't
I like
if we don't get that, no, I'm saying this because like when Brother Ray was saying that abortion, whether it be agreed upon, woman gonna do whatever she want to do. It don't make no difference whether you agree or not. She doing what she wants to do. Abortion is 100% a woman's issue, and men need to learn how to treat it as 100% a woman's issue because she makes 100% of the decision. You could say whatever you want to say to her. She gonna do what she want to do at the end of the day. It's
exactly
okay,
it's,
how many
it's that
okay,
how
simple.
okay,
many no, I
okay.
was say how
Irv,
many
Irv. Okay, let me get some water. Okay, Irv, I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna let Absalom Payanki go, and then I'm gonna get Officer Faulkner, Master Foot and Ass, in. So in that order, Irv, then Payanki, then Officer Faulkner.
what I like to say about abortion and all that is how many men actually march for abortion? The only men you see marching for abortion are fathers. You see a lot of fathers marching with daughters that had abortion because you're trying to save his daughter's face. Abortion is not a it's not a law of man. Men never push for abortion. Women march for it's my body, it's my right. So I don't want men to answer for that. I don't want men to be accountable for that because men never push for that.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree. I mean, I think like what Roger was saying as well as everybody else, it's basically a woman's choice. So on that note, I think, when they do have those abortions, just to add on, it's probably to the notion that, of course, what the title is about, black don't crack. You know what I'm saying? So they may feel that, they can just do those things and keep engaging in their regular lives and doing the things that they normally do. And just some women that I've came across who they've had like up to like 8 or better. The different women, just you be like surprised to hear some things like that. And I really think it's the limit of them thinking that whether they having babies, at early age and stuff. I really think it's because they believe this notion that black don't crack and they don't hit the wall, which is not always the case.
Well, I would. Officer Faulkner gonna go, or
No, that was going. Officer Faulkner was next.
okay.
Actually,
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yeah. See.
what up?
Woo. Okay. Time to settle the herd a little bit. A woman's prime and a man's prime is totally different. I know that might shock some motherfuckers out there. I know that might be something new. From 14 to around 25, women are rock stars. They're at their most beautiful, their most fertile, all that stuff. And no, I do not suggest grown men dating like 14, 15, 16-year-olds or 17-year-olds. No. I'm just giving you a biological synopsis. A woman, when she reaches 30, around 80% of her eggs are done.
They're straight crocodile eggs. You dealing with Benjamin Button babies. You dealing
And
with your baby gonna come out looking like a pastor of the Amy Zion Church.
I don't know. I think that was a meme. I think that was just a meme on Facebook, man.
Well, a lot of the kids. I'm gonna put it to you this way: a woman, a man's prime, especially when he starts peaking out economically starting at around 30, 35. And he doesn't go down from his economic prime till he's retired, pretty much. Here's the thing that feminism robbed women of. Number one, the truth. Number two, their femininity. You have a finite set of eggs. The amount of eggs you're born with is the amount of eggs you're going to be dealt with. Feminism said you could wait longer. And even the cosmetologist said we told them all this shit for propaganda. We lied to women. And then you wonder why women can't have kids and they're infertile. They can't. Because you waited too long. Then you think you're going to marry somebody around your age. So you think about it. Why would I want to deal with somebody who I'm going to have a 20% shot of getting you pregnant when I could deal with somebody 10 years younger?
Can I give men an area of women to impregnate? Impregnate women from Oklahoma, and believe it or not, the state of Kentucky had the most playmates. Hugh Hefner got a lot of women from Kentucky because a lot of Kentucky women were cooperative. So
I'd be
Oklahoma.
cooperative too. I'd be cooperative too if I had an outside bathroom.
so, so Oklahoma
But
and
there,
Kentucky.
what is one of the poorest states in the nation?
Oklahoma, Kentucky,
Mississippi.
Mississippi, and
Mississippi, Alabama,
and
Louisiana.
Alabama.
Why the fuck would I want to deal? Why would I want to deal with a motherfucker that's poor? And
All women are poor. All women are poor. They're poor.
and
They're
then
poor
you gotta
morally.
realize when
They're
you're
poor
dealing with some,
morally. They're poor. They're just poor. It's
and then when you're dealing with a Kentucky woman, Jesus Christ. Not just
I
poor
understand.
economically, but also poor in manners. Jesus Christ.
No, believe it or not, they're not poor. Like they will serve you.
I guess so, because the only way you can ever. Oh man, that is such a crude joke that I'm about to say. But I'm gonna stay on track. See, a lot of times we think in feminine terms, and that's the problem.
That's true.
That's why women, your mom tends to, oh, you should hurry up and get married. But if you date somebody younger than what your mom, if she ever got married, younger than when she got married, oh, there's a problem. Why? Because women hate somebody who has something over them, especially another woman. Why do you think you put the woman and the daughter and they living in a house when she becomes fertile? Guess what? They bump heads because they henpick. Because she reminds her of what she could have been or was till she got fat and old.
I think feminism birth. I think feminism. I mean, I'm glad you said that. I think feminism birthed from the the southern Kentucky, like North Carolina, Louisiana. I think that birth from the mother earth kind of woman. She got tired of being the mother earth, the servant, and wanted to be the owner. I agree with you 100%.
Women,
Southern women can
women,
go rogue.
women tried to become men.
Mm-hmm.
You ever
Want
notice
to be
how
men.
men? You ever notice how men can actually keep their youth much longer than women?
They can. That's the reason why women want to get in long term relationships with men to drain their energy.
Because you can't even drain
Yeah.
the energy unless you let her. See, the craziest part about it is this: they don't understand that women like a little season on their bed, just like a good steak, just right about a season. You start to you lift weights, you keep your muscle tone up, because you got a lot of brothers and millennials who, and a lot of Z's who are taught not to lift weights. I don't want to get all big and cocky. Oh God, who? I never thought I'd see the day where men didn't want to be the strongest man they could be. Culture. You get a lot of these girls out there who live fast lives. See, men really don't go out of their prime unless they're using drugs and abusing their bodies. It's
Yep.
really hard for a
A
man to
lot of
do it. Like,
drinking. Yeah.
hey, you shut your
Yeah.
mouth, buddy.
A man has to actively work to destroy himself.
Yeah, like you.
Or be undisciplined.
And
Just
that's
to
not
be undisciplined.
and Black Euro, that's not enough. Because women still go after men to destroy themselves.
Those are lost women anyway.
Right.
Those are
Now,
those are lost
I
women.
mean,
And
that's
Uru
just
and Black Yoda, you
that's just
shut
from
your
no
mouth about
community.
drinking. Don't you badmouth drinking.
I mean, like if there's no community, like that's what happens. And if there's no family, which we already went over that earlier, then of course there's going to be the destruction of children. Because all this stuff falls on the children. Yeah, we're making the mistakes, but at the same time, like the children are the one who are going to suffer the most because they have no leadership. They have no order to give them direction.
We're wait a minute.
The Bible.
Hold on. We're making a mistake. 50
No,
over
that's
50%
true.
of black men
That is
are.
true. That is true.
Hold
No,
on,
no, no.
hold
I'm
on,
not. I'm not.
hold on.
No, I'm not talking
Over
about anybody
50%
like
of black men.
individually. No,
This
no.
is what I'm
Hold,
saying.
hold on.
Over,
Hold on. I'm not talking to anybody individual. I'm just saying, like as a whole,
no, I'm not.
this is
I'm
what
not
we
saying
are.
you are, but what I'm saying is over 50% of black men are single without children, and 30% of black men are married. 80% of black men did it right.
And
No,
that's still not enough.
what I'm saying is look at the unity of other races, like the Jewish community and look at the Chinese. Like look how like they might not be like
Stop
all those
admiring
brothers, but
other
they're like
people.
together.
I'm gonna give you
You
one
see that?
lesson. Stop admiring other people because you truly don't know the bullshit they're
No,
in.
no, no. Hold on. Marcus Garvey went over this because here's the thing: a lot of the other nations copied what Marcus Garvey told us to do. Marcus Garvey
Okay,
told us about unity and
okay.
community.
I'm gonna tell you this, right? A lot of that bullshit that you see the Jewish community is this. People always look at the black man. I'm tired of everybody saying the black when it's something wrong or something negative, it's our fault. But if it's a goddamn thing that is something that, even if it's a goddamn bull-faced lie, like black women being the most educated women, which is a lie, they want to take it as their own. They will not even credit brothers who actually educate. They won't even credit brothers who are actually entrepreneurs and businessmen. They won't even credit brothers who are professionals.
Well, I think you're
Number one,
misunderstanding me. I'm not saying to be jealous of any other community. What I'm saying is
it's
Marcus
not about
Garvey.
being jealous. It's the fact that this. Number one, their community got their own fucking issues. See, I had a chick on my fucking show tell me that Hispanic men are the best fathers she ever seen. This is a black chick. I said, do you know Hispanic men do not play that big of a role in their kids' life as much as black men? But how do they treat their women? They slap the shit out of them.
I mean, there's those types of every race now. What I'm saying is the whole component that I'm trying to make hit is the unity part. And I'm like, man, like where did they get us? Because I mean, yeah, we can't blame or point the fingers at anybody else, but besides ourselves at
No,
the end
no,
of the day, because we make
no,
our
no,
decisions.
brother.
Who is
brother.
ourselves?
Black, you can't unify with women that don't want to unify with you. That's not your fault. Your job is to just position yourself. If you've done that, you did what you're supposed to do.
Let me tell you
See,
something, man. No, let me get this real quick. Let me tell you something. I don't care how many men sit up there and talk about they love black women. It always goes back to that, and I don't understand why. It's like the group of men who actually hate women and actually do what you call this finger pointing. They're a very small group of guys. Period. It's like, and if that's something that the women truly wanted, then the women would do it. And it's like we wouldn't have to talk about it, and we wouldn't have to point this fucking finger. I mean, it's as simple as solving a problem. Like I said, you tell the truth less than you have to bullshit and lie. So just tell the truth. just be honest.
You know
No,
what? They never
just like you see where you see where the
my
broken
brother,
pieces
my
are when
brother.
you look at.
The problem with what you're saying is you men who think like you and speak like you never specifically say how we're going to get the women to do what we need them to do. How? In this particular modern Western liberated society, how are you going to make them do right?
I mean, you really can't make anyone do anything.
Oh, okay. So since you can't make them do right, then what do you do?
I mean, well, we look at the system that we're in right now because, like, the system, represents a cycle.
No. Now you're talking about
No. I'm
systems.
trying to answer your question because you asked me a question.
We went from
One at a
talking.
time, gentlemen. One at a
We
time.
went
Y'all,
from
y'all are
talking
having a
about
beautiful conversation. I'm
women.
gonna fall back.
We went from
Have a
talking
good
about the women
Okay, all right, thanks,
to
sir.
talking about the system. And I'm
No,
trying to keep him on
hold
point.
on one second. No, because you asked me a question, I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to make it make sense because it's not just directly the women. There's a cause and effect for everything. So I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know if you guys have read the Bible or anything. I'm not going to go into that. But like, have you guys ever seen that picture of the woman riding the beast? Have you ever guys seen that?
Yeah,
What I'm
You're
saying is
talking
like,
about the
I
talking
mean,
about the whore of Babylon,
what
right?
does that have to do with the modern Western liberated gynocratic society?
This is
here's
the
the thing.
bad.
Like, no. The point I'm gonna make it quick. I'll make it quick. What I'm saying is that there's a picture that you guys probably look up online. It represents the woman riding a beast, and the beast represents a system that she's riding. That
It's
she's
the
using.
whore of Babylon.
Yeah, it kind of
Okay.
like it's really interesting because it's very symbolic to what we're dealing with right now. Because pretty much the whore, she's pretty much known as the queen of harlots or the queen of
That's what
whores,
that's the whore of
and
Babylon.
kind of like represents a
Okay, so
Statue of Liberty.
what do we wait from the second coming to destroy the beast? I mean, I'm trying
No,
to
no.
impute your metaphor into
And
reality.
I just got a
Okay, so
couple of
what I'm
questions.
saying
Like,
is the beast that she's riding, the beast represents a system that she's living in, very similar to the system that we live in, like the school system, to the family system, to the media, all the stuff that we live in today in society. We've been
Yeah, we get that
indoctrinated
part.
to
We get
believe
that
that.
part, Isaiah. We get that
yeah,
part.
brother. This is the
so
only
what's
thing
the
he's asking you. How do you get the women to act right? We're not asking how they got to the position they're in. He's not asking how they're moving in the system to be in the position. He's asking how do you get them to act right?
I mean, honestly, man, like I think what we need to do is really come out of like the system that we're living in. Like that's the only thing I can really think of, man. Because I mean, of course, leading by example by having fun.
Okay.
I
I'm gonna
got I got a
simplify. I'm gonna
suggestion.
simplify it for you.
Oh,
How
no,
sway?
hold on, no, don't speak for me. I'm trying to make.
No, no.
But so
No.
what I'm
In
saying
other
is,
words, simplify it because you're going in circles because we're losing the context of what you're saying. How do we get
okay,
them to
no,
act right?
what
How
I'm
do we
saying
do it?
is, no, what I'm saying is that the systems practices like from
Okay, well,
when we're
all right.
indoctrinated.
You say
Let
take
me.
them out of the system. Where are we taking them to? No, hold on, Charles. Where are we taking them to?
Well, no. What I'm saying is like the teach what we're taught as children from like the school system, like what they tell us is right and wrong, like from our parents has been passed down by the same system. The system is indoctrinated our parents to
So
say,
you have
hey,
to take them from one system into another system, and we're trying to find out what
Okay,
system would that
what
be. Like, for
system
an
are we
example,
taking them
the
to?
Nation of
cycle.
Islam has a system. You see what I'm saying? Something like that, or or the Jews. The Jewish community.
No,
They have a
but
system in
don't
place that works for them.
think of it as the culture of the United States is like its own system. That's what I'm saying. Like our culture, our
And in
morals.
other words, what are we going to replace it with?
I mean, traditional stuff. Like, I mean,
Can I ask you something? How old are you?
yeah, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, now I see. All right. I'm gonna ask you something.
Go ahead, man.
You got a Thanksgiving turkey right here. You got a whole Thanksgiving dinner prepared for you on one table. You have McDonald's on the other table. Which one are you gonna pick?
Wait, turkey or McDonald's?
Yeah, which one are you gonna pick?
Probably the turkey, man.
So that's the issue about the system. Are you gonna leave a system where you benefit?
Leave a system where I benefit.
Yes.
No.
And that's the problem. That's the ultimate problem right there. That's why the women are not doing what they want to do. You have to basically, you either find a woman who's decent in the system, because guess what? You're part of the system too. Are you going to live outside the United States anytime soon?
Probably, actually. Yeah.
And have you ever traveled outside the United States?
I've never traveled outside the United States.
Okay. Have you ever noticed you don't see too many motherfuckers leaving, but you see everybody trying to dig tunnels to get in?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, well, we're told, well, the world tells everyone else that, where this is the best place to be in the world, and I could see why.
And do you think these people are lying?
Partially, yes. Like there's a little bit of truth and a little bit of a lie. Like,
Do
yes,
you
the
really
United
do
States
you
is a
really want to
place.
go? Do you really want to go live in? There's parts of. Let me put it to you this way: homeless people live better than most people on the planet. You realize that, right?
I guess it really depends on where it is, because that's not everybody. But I know what you're talking about.
Most people do not live as good as our homeless on the
No,
planet.
in the United States.
And most people around the world, even our homeless, have advantages over them. So, in other words, when you go see the world for what it is, you notice you don't live in the worst place in the world. Then, on top of that, women are always subjected to the environment. Men aren't necessarily. Here's the big problem. Too many men do not have a system to replace the one now. You know why that shit happened at the Capitol the other day?
No.
I'll break it down to you. White supremacy is losing its grip on the global power.
Facts.
So, you telling me that people do stupid shit when they feel like they're powerless. And there's a couple CEOs who believe in this white supremacy shit, but they know they're losing out. See, the problem is this. With a lot of these women, they're gonna have to be alone. Even if you married all the women in Black America, there'll still be 2 million women who are unmarried.
That's sad.
And no, it's just numbers. You have more men. You have more women than men.
Yeah.
And the saddest part about it is this: are Black women known to be competitive women?
Yes.
When it comes to looking for a husband and
No.
presenting themselves as wives.
No.
Are white women?
Yes.
Hispanic women?
Yeah.
Asian women?
Yep.
African women?
Yeah,
I
very
think they
much
do
so.
better.
So
They get wet early.
So in other words, guess what? Women my age, and I'll be 29 this year, are pretty much done.
Oh, you're a young dude.
Young, but well-traveled and well-world and very worldly. I've lived around the world, and yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
I've lived in third world countries for over a year. So when you look at this shit, the first thing you do in all your mannerisms, guess what? You go somewhere else in the world, you may not fit in because people are going to call you fucking snooty. Just like you look at the rich people here, you're going to be snooty because your American ass is going to be like, you're used to certain luxuries. So now, if you do bring a woman over here,
like consistent electricity,
like flushing toilets,
Right.
like
Toilet.
indoor
yeah,
plumbing.
right.
So you got to remember, you're 25 and you never traveled outside the United States. By the time I was 16, I was outside the United States doing freestyle and Greco-Roman wrestling.
How's that?
So, oh yeah, that was fun. Bronze medal. So you got to understand, even at 25, I'm pretty sure you sound like an intelligent guy, but your worldview is a little stagnant. It's not calling you dumb. It's just what it is. If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't say it.
No.
See,
be honest, like how so?
Look,
exactly.
And in other words, you should travel the world, but guess what? You got it pretty good here, even with all the stupid shit that's going on, because you actually have a chance, and you actually have a chance, even under this fucked up system. More so going, because if you try to live under somebody else's system, number one, you're a stranger, and they're going to treat you as such, either covertly or overtly.
And you will always be a stranger to them forever.
Mm-hmm. And then let's say you marry somebody over there. You marry a foreigner in another country. You typically do not get the best of their women. You rarely do.
Why?
Because you've made that woman an outsider just by marrying you.
One, you're an outsider, and two, if I'm the top guy in my region, why the fuck would I give you my best women?
Exactly. The best woman probably got wiped up at around. The best woman got wiped up around 17, 18.
Yep, maybe 16. And see, this is the reason why I said your worldly view is a little stagnant, because you would have got that immediately.
Wait, so you said that
you're not stupid, but your view is stagnant.
He's saying you lack understanding about how things typically work outside of the U.S. You would know the things that he's saying if you were more mature in your knowledge about how the world worked outside of the U.S.
I mean, I understand
outside
that
of the
US,
outside of the U.S.,
it's a little different.
The rules are very different. If you're in power, you may have, outside of the U.S., you may have some aristocratic standing. Certain people have old aristocratic rankings of some sort that have nothing to do with other than the fact that they're the great-great-grandson of whoever. And that shit lasts forever. And you'll never be able to compete against that. So when you go outside the U.S., at least the U.S. owes black people something. Outside the U.S., they don't owe you shit. Mm-hmm. If anything, you're taking from them, or you will be perceived to be taking from them, especially if you're talking about the best or some of the best of their women. That's not going to be liked and appreciated by many of the locals.
I mean, overall, I don't think that even the U.S. is going to give us anything. I think we'd have to really you have to go and take initiative.
But at least we have an argument.
Let me ask you something.
At least we have had an argument here for something. You have no argument outside of the U.S. for anything. If anything, the argument is just by virtue of you being an outsider, the argument is against you.
Yeah,
let me say something.
But hold on. Like, when has things been against us? Things have always been against us.
Brother. Outside of the USA, drawing breath is a privilege. That's what you got to understand. That's how you will be viewed.
Let me put it to you this way.
Honestly, I don't believe that.
Do you have it better? You're 25, right? How old's your dad?
Yeah. He He's getting up there. I'm not gonna like mention his age. I don't try to give all their business and stuff, but
I
he's
mean,
getting
it's
up
just
there.
an age. My father's 63. He'll be 64 next month.
He's
Easy
around
age.
that age. He's around
So,
that age.
I've always got to tell guys in their 20s, answer direct questions. Men will respect you that way. And
Yeah.
here's the problem. Did you know that he went to some, your father, if he's around my father's age, he went to segregated schools when he was a kid. Do you have
Understand?
it better than your father?
Yes.
So, did the United States give you something?
I
Are
can't
you
say it
able
was
to go to school?
given.
Are you
I'm not
Can
gonna say
you
it
vote?
was given. I don't think anything that we have was given. I think there was a price.
well,
There was a price for
Do
it
you
was it
have
was it was
do
given.
you have, let me ask this question. Do you have rights to something in this country by virtue of your being a citizen?
Mm,
Can you
I
vote?
don't know if I can say that either, man.
Can
Because
you vote?
here's the thing. No, here's
Can
the
you
thing, brother.
vote?
Like,
Can you answer my question, please? Can
no,
you hear
but does
me?
your vote have
Can you hear
value?
me?
No,
Can you hear
brother,
me?
chill out. Hold on, chill out. Don't come at me like that. I'm being
Hold on,
cool.
I'm
hold on,
not trying to
hold
come
on.
at you, bro. I'm just trying to
Bro,
I'm trying to get you to answer a
you're
question.
you're getting, bro,
I'm
chill
trying
out.
to
No,
get
you.
you to answer a
We're just
question.
talking. We're just
Hold up, hold
no,
up, hold
we're
up, hold
just
up.
talking.
What's your
We're just
name,
talking.
bro? What's your
We're
name?
just you see my name at on my screen,
No, dude, stop talking like a goddamn woman and just say it.
It's
That's what women
Isaiah,
brother.
do.
No,
man.
all
I
y'all.
think
No,
he
no,
said
hold on.
Isaiah.
No,
No,
that's
don't do
feminine
that.
stuff you're
Don't do that,
doing, man. Yes,
brother.
You
that's
can
feminine
you
shit
can
Brother,
you're
I
doing.
didn't say no. I
you
didn't say
can
any
No,
of
vote.
that stuff to you. No,
You
I'm
can
being
vote in
cool
this
over here.
country. You
No,
can
I'm being
vote in
cool.
this
Y'all are
country.
coming at me. No, hold on.
Come
No, I
on
can't
now,
even
bro.
answer a
Bro,
question. Everyone's asking questions.
let's not insult each other, man.
For real,
You
I'm
can
not
vote
insulting
in this.
nobody
You
over
can
here.
vote. You can vote in this country. You can get a driver's license in this country. You can get a passport in this country. You have the right to call the police and have them come to protect you. You have the right to call the fire department and have them to come to put. I mean, let's come on now.
dude,
Let
you're
No,
not.
no.
let's be
All I'm
honest,
no, all
man.
I'm saying. No, all,
You know,
brother.
I
Hold
mean,
on. All I'm
I
saying.
understand
No,
this.
no,
I
hold on.
understand
No,
this
all
whole
I'm saying,
notion. I understand
brother,
this whole notion that we're black people and we've been oppressed and all that. We're not going to disagree with that.
brother.
But
No, all I'm saying
let's
is
not
that
be
there was a price
immature.
that came with whatever it is that.
Let's not be
Bro,
immature about
no, we're
it.
not.
It
No,
means
hold on,
something.
brother.
It
You keep,
does mean
brother.
something to be an American. It
You keep,
means
Means a
something
brother.
to
lot.
be an
Your
American.
All I'm
American
saying.
citizenship carry a
No,
lot of damn weight.
all I'm saying is that there is a price that comes with everything that
Did
we
you?
have today.
Okay, did you pay the price?
No, I didn't. I wasn't the one that paid the price.
So in other words, you're benefiting. Have you? Are you? Were you ever in the military?
I used to be.
So in other words, oh my God, when did civil rights start?
I can't answer that. I don't know exactly when.
47 when they integrated the military. Okay, so in other words, your American citizenship carries a lot of damn weight.
It does.
A lot of damn weight. Let's not be coy about that shit because anything else will be uncivilized. You gotta answer truthful, honest, direct questions.
No, I am
And then
answering.
and then on top of that, you're trying to circumvent it in some ways. I don't know why. It's just men talking.
How?
But it's in other words, anytime somebody asks you a direct question, it's a little bit of conflict from you.
No,
And
because
this
it's
is
not.
it,
It's not just
it,
that simple. No,
it
it
is
really
that
isn't.
simple. It actually
No,
is that
it's not.
simple.
No,
Because
no.
guess what?
No.
All we
Then
were
re-ask
trying
your
to
question.
do,
Then
all we
ask
were
your
trying
question
to
again.
do was to get you to admit that there is some benefit to being an American, even a black American.
Brother,
That was the only
I
thing we were
never
attempting
disagreed
to
with that.
do.
Yeah,
No,
so that
Well,
means that even
brother,
if
I
it
never
came
then
with a
what
disagreed with
was your
price,
bro.
problem? Then what was your
No.
problem with
Are you
answering
listening?
the questions?
Bro, are you listening?
Yeah.
I never disagreed to that. I
Bruh,
never did.
bruh.
I know that there's benefits to being here, of
But
course.
but you wouldn't, when we tried to ask you questions, you wouldn't answer the questions, bro. If you
No,
had just
because
answered the
the question that
questions,
you're
we would
asking,
have got it.
there's
It's
more
better.
to the question.
It's
Oh my
better
Bro, there's
to.
God.
more weight to the
I'm gonna
question
teach
than
you
what you're
something,
asking.
right? It's better to say
Do
I
you
do
guys
not
even
know the answer than
no?
to.
Do you guys want an answer? No, because you're asking like 3 questions. Can I
No,
answer one?
you didn't answer
The
any.
point we were trying to make is we can clearly define what benefits accrue to being an American. We all
No,
can.
what?
We cannot.
How
We
did
can't. Let me finish my statement. We cannot necessarily, you especially, since you have never even left the country, you have no damn idea what kind of benefits are going to accrue to you once you leave this country. You
That's
do
not
not
true.
know. You can
That's not
fantasize.
no
No, you can
now you're
fantasize
talking
about
about
it, but until you get there, until you're living there, until you have to deal with the locals there, the local police or whatever the hell you will call them there, the local politicians or whatever you call them, you don't have any freaking idea what you're going to be dealing with until you're there. And when you move outside of the realm of being a tourist and an actual resident, then you will really know what it means to be in that particular country. And
As a
you
matter of
may
fact,
discover, and
as a
you
matter
may
of fact,
quickly discover
no,
it is not
no.
what you thought it was or what you read it was or any of that shit.
as a
Look,
matter of fact, how long did you
I'm not
spend in the
just going off
military?
that either. I'm not just going
How
off
long?
that.
How long did you spend in the military?
I'm not going into all that, brother.
How long? I spent 10 years. How long did you spend?
I'm not going into all that. What's the
So,
point?
so in other words, the point is, see, I could tell this is that Z millennial attitude that you have. One. Number
No,
two,
y'all. Hold on, hold on, brother. No, you're not. No,
it
no,
is
you're not
that,
going to
is
disrespect
this
me.
It's
that
like a
Z,
No,
fucking
no, no.
Hey,
Hold
one
proctology
on.
at a time.
exam,
Hey,
man.
No, no,
gentlemen, one at a time, please.
no.
One
They
at a
all
time.
jumping on me. No, but
No,
both these guys. No,
Isaiah, Host talking. Okay.
hey,
Now I'm going to ask you, how long? Like, I'm not doing this for Officer Faulkner. I want to know myself. How long did you spend in the military?
I'm not going into that, man. I served my time.
You're not going into all that.
I served my time. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm a young guy.
Okay.
I haven't
I
been
understand
super
that. I understand that. But why
young
would
even
you
at the
not
exact
want to
time.
have a okay? Do you think that I'm being condescending?
No, it is like I don't want to go into all that. No, I don't think you are. No.
No, brother Isaiah, I understand you may not want to be too personal, and I can get that because it's weirdos out there, and weirdos can be in the audience. I get that to a certain degree. What I'm noticing, because I haven't asked you anything, but what I am noticing you, no matter what question you're asking, whatever context is asked in, you're not answering any of them, and
Okay, what question didn't I ask? What question did
brother,
I answer?
you hadn't answered any question they asked you. What you did was you
Okay, let's
respond.
start from the top.
Brother, hold on, listen to me, brother, so you'll have an understanding that everybody's not stupid. Okay, no one's stupid. You made a response, but you didn't give an answer. A response is not necessarily an answer. If I ask you what color is the sky, and you tell me a Chevy Impala, you gave a response, but that's not an answer to the question I asked you. I asked you what color the
Okay,
sky
but
is.
what's the question that I didn't answer? And
You
give me a
didn't answer
specific
any
one
of them.
because give me a
number
specific
one.
one.
Number one.
When he asked,
We're gonna save you. What's the approximate time that you spent in the military?
Brother, I'm not going into all that.
3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It's not like people are gonna look you up. And see, this is the kind of craziness that goes on between men. See, this is the reason why men of different generations, and I'm really starting to wonder about your generation because I see
Brother,
this a lot. And I'm stop. And this is the reason why we can't. This whole when people talk about this come together shit, we can't because guess what? A lot of y'all do some very feminist stuff.
actually,
Y'all
no,
do,
no, no.
in other words, you're doing.
Listen, if you're not
That's
gonna listen
not.
to men on, the panel, I suggest you take a look at the chat. I mean,
brother.
seriously.
And I'm gonna tell you this because I've never heard of a guy who's been in the military who wouldn't tell you about his time.
Not ever.
That's fine.
Not ever.
I don't, brother. I don't care if you
And I
don't believe
find
me.
it. And guess what? That's one of the things of pride. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Brother,
one. That's
bro,
actually
bro,
how people
bro.
connect.
No, you've been telling me this whole time. You've been insulting me this. I
No,
haven't.
I didn't
We
insult
know
you.
you.
I'm just telling you. I'm
Hold on,
just telling
no,
you
Charles.
something that you're doing. I'm not
Let me say one.
insulting you. Not
Let me
yet.
say one thing, Charles.
Bro, y'all
You
been
didn't.
insulting me this whole time. Not all of you, but like
No,
Isaiah,
I
you
everybody.
didn't.
just said you're.
Isaiah,
No,
you
I'm gonna
didn't.
hold up, Roger. No, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. Now I might start to insult you a little bit. What you're
Bro,
doing is this.
bro,
What you're doing
if you
right
were face to
now
face, you
is
wouldn't.
this. No, what you're doing is
Nah,
this
if we were face to face, you
condescending
wouldn't.
bullshit. No, what you're doing is condescending bullshit.
You know, and brother, you know,
Because you know,
if that's how you, no, if
because
that's
you
how you
know
feel,
damn well,
if that's how you feel,
basic questions, basic damn questions.
if no,
Just
because I
like
didn't
I
answer the
asked
way.
you the
No, no,
question.
no, no,
Just
no.
like I told
No,
you.
no. Hold on,
Just
no,
like
no.
I
I
even
didn't answer
told
the
you.
way that you
No,
wanted to.
no,
Not the way. No,
It's
I
not
didn't
the
answer
way
the way
you
you
wanted
wanted
to.
to.
You didn't answer at all. And
What are you talking about?
that's the bad part. So you're telling me, right? When you ask me, what do you mean about my view is a little stagnant? Because your view of the world is not worldly. It's not.
Okay, well,
It's
we'll
too
see. Okay,
stagnant.
no,
In
no.
other words, it's
If
too
that's how you feel,
close-minded.
no, if
No,
that's how you feel,
that's what it
if
is.
that's how you feel, go ahead.
You proved it.
All
You
right, look.
proved it.
I look. I think I've heard enough. You guys,
Isaiah,
do what you
I'm
do,
trying to be helpful to you, brother. I'm trying to be helpful to you, brother.
brother. No,
You're, it,
I got people jumping on me. I don't need that.
no, it's
I
not.
don't
It's
think
not.
we jumping on you.
No one's
No,
jumping
like it
on
ain't
you.
Nobody's
even helping.
jumping
No,
on you. And I can
Yeah,
tell you're
no,
not used to speaking to
but
older
Master,
men on
dude,
a
I've
regular.
heard enough out of you, for real.
hold
I'm good.
on, brother.
We heard
Before it
enough.
goes there,
Hell, we haven't heard enough from you.
Charles,
No worries. Don't worry. I'll be out.
Charles,
No. We haven't heard enough from you.
Charles,
See,
you know how
this is.
you know
Cause
how this is
you
gonna
talking
go.
that shit right now.
You see how he's acting. You know how this is gonna go. I'm trying to get a man a little grace.
It's not gonna go even further anyway.
All right, Isaiah.
You see the shit? No, this is the stuff that he be saying. I don't say none of that snide stuff. He's been doing this whole time.
That's not
Isaiah, honestly, you didn't answer any question that you were asked. You did make a response, but you didn't answer any actual question. And if you, I can see the personal stuff, but anything that's non-personal, then I didn't see why you wasn't just more forthcoming with a non-personal answer. And when you say stuff like we should come, if you say something like we should come together, and then you don't even have an idea of how to come together, it looks off. You don't even have an idea of how to come together.
But when you
Brother,
say things
when you
like
ask me that question,
about there being a
hold on.
system in place, and we're asking you what do you replace it with, you see what I'm saying? You're not really being specific.
No, well, here's the thing. When I was trying to answer the question, I got interrupted and I couldn't finish my answer because it took a little bit of time for me to explain. I was trying to, put my words together better so that everyone could understand. But like I got interrupted and then I forgot where I was. I'm like, man, I can't even answer the question because most of the time,
just answer it now. Just answer it now. Don't let all that go and just answer it now. You said we should remove ourselves from the system. So how should we remove ourselves from this system, and what can we replace the system with?
Well, first of all, I think we need to understand like who we are as a people because like we've been disconnected from our history and like who we are. Like for example, like I don't know, I'm sure you guys grown up seeing those commercials of the continent of Africa, of them saying it's a bad place and it's war torn and you should never go there. And I'm like, why would they tell us to never go to
Okay. Let me.
This is what I'm talking about. I can't finish. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, brother, you weren't answering the question. You were actually doing it again where you were making a response, but your response had nothing to do with an answer.
No, it does. No, and that's why you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. I couldn't.
No, brother. Nobody heard an answer. We heard you.
It's cool.
Hey, Roger. Let's give him like 90 straight seconds. Go ahead. Go.
All I'm saying is like we were stripped of our culture, our language, and what we were before we came to the United States. And stripping a people of their culture and their history is what divides and destroys them as a whole. So, and that's why I mentioned, the continent. It sounds like an outlandish thing to talk about, but you wonder why you see all these commercials promoting us to never go back to our homeland where we're actually from. We could learn who we actually are as a people. And that's mainly what I'm saying. I'm like, community. What did Marcus Garvey say? He said, buy from our own people, buy from each other's businesses. Because back in the day, before integration with Martin Luther King, we actually had our own companies. We had our own business. We had our own communities. We owned our own hospitals, train stations, and all. Marcus Garvey mentioned, hey, we need to buy from ourselves and buy within our community. But guess what? The Chinese are doing that. They're applying what Marcus Garvey told them to do. All the other nations are doing what Marcus Garvey told us to do, but we never applied it. And that's why you see all the other nations prospering off of us. Because essentially the things that you see other nations do, we actually did it first, but we never actually fully implemented it. So all I'm saying is to understand how to build back our communities, to understand our history of where we come from, which I believe is, the continent from where we were taken.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Isaiah?
Yeah.
Okay, can we make
Black
all
Uru,
of the black
before you
women?
ask him a question, Black Uru, before you ask him a question, Isaiah, all you basically said is black people should practice group economics. You took a whole lot of words to say that, but it really didn't even answer the question that was actually asked to you, and that's what we're trying to point out to you, brother.
Wait, how didn't I answer the question just now?
Because we asked you how to pull out and what should we replace the system with. You didn't answer that question.
Our culture, because what we practice today is Western culture, and our morals aren't really what they should be because of the culture that we live in.
Isaiah, how many cultures are in Africa?
There's quite a few, but like
how many countries alone?
So which culture are we going to collectively practice?
Well, I mean, like I do a little bit of study on our DNA, and our DNA actually traces back to Western Africa. Western Africa is where primarily our people are.
Well, how many cultures are in Western Africa?
I can't say exactly how many, but there's
languages are in Western Africa.
Hold on, brother.
How many tribes are in Western Africa?
No, there's quite a few, but the thing is, the tribes are somewhat related to each other by blood type, and their blood type have a code that's the same as the ones in the United States that are different from a lot of the other tribes in Africa. If you do
okay, but like my ancestry DNA says that I'm part Cameroon, part South African, part Nigerian. So what do I do?
Well, what I'm saying is
those are all three distinct regions of Western and Southern Africa.
Well, remember, these names were named after the Europeans when they colonized the continent. They named the continent for example, most people don't know that Africa is actually named after a European emperor named Africanus, who was a Roman.
Even though the European divided up the continent, all of the languages, all of the cultures, all of the people of Africa are the same?
No, they're not all the same, actually.
So I want to say this real quick. Number one, black people have a culture. You're American.
No, I mean our original culture.
No, you're American. Your
I'm
country
not
of origin, your country, and let me finish. Your country of origin.
Isaiah, we gave you a chance to speak. Let Officer Faulkner speak, please.
Number one, this is the problem with black Americans, a lot of them. Your country of origin is America. You're really the only black that never ran from his country of origin. You were the first to kill for it. You were the first to die for it. You have more stake in this country than the average white person in this country because so many.
By far.
By force.
Not even by force, because all of us were not slaves.
Much more so than any Italian, much more so than any Irish. Any of these Eastern European, you got much infinitely more.
So in other words, this is the shit about it, right? You keep on saying by force, and guess what? You do know in the Revolutionary Army there were some blacks who were not slaves, who volunteered to fight.
Why do you think they'd want us in their military? Like, look at the athletes.
The reason why you need anybody in the military, you need bodies and fighters.
Strength in numbers.
Guess what?
No, our people were known to be very strong. Like, look at football, basketball. Who do you normally see? Our people.
Let me ask you this. Name one war we didn't win without black people.
Bro, we didn't even want to fight those wars.
Name one war that this country hasn't won without black people.
The Europeans had us fighting for them. We didn't say, "Oh, we're just gonna fight." Like,
the question was pretty direct. No, I mean the answer is no.
No, we
No,
fought in
there was
every
no
war.
World
We
War
fought in
One
every
without
war.
black people, whether we were
We,
forced to or not. Is
look, we
none.
fought in every war.
None.
We fought in
When
every
when
war.
well, guess what? Here's the problem. Here's the problem with understanding. You can't go by a culture that you know nothing about. You can't go
Why not
by a
learn about
culture. You can't go by, in other words, you're American. Your culture is American culture. You
it? I
are
understand that, but
American culture. Your black history is American culture. You don't understand that because you refuse to acknowledge that.
I'm not acknowledging that we're American. What I'm saying is if you have a culture that you never was taught, why don't you learn it? Because
Well,
it's
so
yours.
so guess what? Guess what? Here's the problem. You got goddamn. You speak what language right now? English, right? Is that the dominant language around the world? And you
Yeah, it is.
Officer, you went out. Officer Faulkner, you went out.
But yeah, English
Well,
is the most dominant
one
language in the world.
question I have, Isaiah:
Go
what
ahead,
if the
man.
women don't want to go?
They don't have to, man. Like you can't make them go.
So then this whole like saving black people is just really saving black men.
Not necessarily, because I mean, like the leader is the man, and you don't have to have a family with a woman that doesn't want to be on your program. But the reason I mention the continent is because, like, it's the wealthiest continent on the entire. It's the wealthiest continent on the planet that sustains the world. But they tell us to not go there because it's messed up. But I'm like, why is it that
nobody,
all these
no,
other nations around the world are buying up our homeland?
nobody's
Because
saying
there's
you can't
something
go
there.
there.
There's people that
Nobody's
go
saying.
there all the time.
But
Yeah,
guess what? It
you
goes
you hear
back
about
to
a
what
lot of Black
it
Americans
goes.
going.
It goes back to what Black Uber said earlier. Will you? Are you a stranger when you go there?
Yeah, culturally, yeah.
So, what's more important? Are you part of the culture or are you not?
I mean, you are because you're still tied to that land.
You're not a part of that
No,
culture.
you're not. You're not. You're not part of the culture. And to be a part of it culturally, most of the times it takes initiation, which we all know, is always a form of tradition. So, it
Yeah,
just like some things over here in America, we might have like, the Boys and Girls Club or certain, rites of
yeah.
passage programs where you have to go through,
Better
in order,
yet,
yeah.
you're part of the military, right?
Yeah, I was.
Does the military has its own culture?
Yeah,
Does each branch have a culture different from others?
yeah.
I'm an army guy. Would I necessarily fit in with the Navy?
No,
Why?
because I mean, like, you have different procedures, like similar, but they're not the same, and you address people differently. You just do things differently.
In other words, I'm gonna help you with this. Think of me as like an older brother, as an uncle. I'm gonna give you shit because the world's gonna give you shit. You realize that, right?
I don't
And
think
this
you
is
gotta give
how.
me
And
shit,
this
but
is
give me a
yeah,
pass.
yeah. We got to give you shit.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
Choice.
And this is the part. To sum it up, it's a different culture. You got to learn how to squeeze that into one word or one. It's a different culture. So, in other words, if I go to one side of the block in certain parts in Africa to another, there could be totally two different tribes. They like motherfuckers will fight because this tribe insulted somebody's granddaddy X amount of years ago. Don't even let me get started on Sunni and Shiites. Good God.
Well, and we saw the worst example of that, which happened in Rwanda.
Yeah.
And you know what, Isaiah, this would have helped you out, or this can help you out in the future if you make suggestions like the one you make. If you think we should go somewhere as a people, identify the place we should go and what culture we should try to um to become a part of. Because at least if you have a couple of legitimate answers, people can take your suggestions seriously. But saying we should go to Africa, that's too big. You talking about a whole continent. So now we
Yeah.
got where in Africa should we go? What country in Africa should we go? What tribe in Africa should we try to be a part of? What culture should we actually learn? You got to have all this stuff figured out if you're gonna make a
No, I
suggestion like
agree.
that, and that'll help you
And
sound.
the reason I mentioned our blood type is because where our blood type matches the most are with the people in the western portions of Africa, where you see the blood type
No, no,
E1,
brother,
B1A,
I
which is
get that. I'm not combative of that. All I'm saying is pick one. You can't be a part of a bunch of different people. We are American people. You know what I'm
no, no,
saying?
no. Hold on, one second. Like because the majority of the people that were brought to the United States were from the Igbo and the Bantu. The Igbo and the Bantu tribes are primarily the ones that live in the United States and South America, and that's why I mentioned E1, B1A is what's tracing back to West Africa, which consists of the Igbo and Bantu tribes.
Brother, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying pick one. That's all I'm saying. Pick one. If you're gonna make suggestions like that, it's better for you to have something picked out to say, hey, this culture is the most like American culture. It'll be easier for us to fit in to this culture as a people. That's all I'm saying.
You have to
I'm
have a
And
like
then the
you
next
have to
if
step
have
you're
would
if
be
you're
to go out
biologically
there and set
connected
up.
to those
You know what I'm
people.
saying? Go out there. You go out there. You set up shop. Are you familiar with like the Hebrew Israelites?
I've heard of them.
Yeah, well, they preach a similar system where it's like they're familiar with Israel. So what they tell their people, they have set up places out there where they try to take their people that's in America and go over there and adapt to their own cultural system, and which coincide with what's going on with some of the people out there. So when you thinking like that, you saying Igbo and those tribes, if that's something that you're interested in, you should consider stuff like that. That would be a big help for you, in my opinion.
No,
Yep.
I hear you, man. I just feel like if our culture was that to begin with, like based off of our bloodline, if it traced back there, I'm like, well, then there's a reason why they took our language and our culture from us, and that might be what we're missing. That's all.
But here's the part that you're missing, right? Culture is not your blood type. Okay? Culture is your tradition. I looked inside the chat, and somebody said we don't need culture, we need STEM. You wouldn't get STEM without a good culture that cultivates it. So when I hear a lot of these people talk about, oh, we don't need culture, we need STEM, we need this, you wouldn't even get STEM if you have a fucked up culture. Right now, you have a culture that taps down the boys and promotes the girls.
Yep.
You would have
It don't matter
STEM.
what kind of STEM program in light of that. As long as
And
you
guess
have
what?
this gynocentric system, you can do all the so-called STEM you want to do. It's not going to work.
And guess what? When you have young black boys by the time they get to the 8th grade reading at 10% on level, that's a messed up culture. So you're gonna need a culture to replace that one to actually produce the men that you want.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
even when you learn their culture, you're still an outsider.
And the
Okay?
culture's always been here. Like you said earlier, Isaiah, it came with a price. It certainly did, but the culture is still here. Things like the street sweeper, the traffic light, things like peanut butter, George Washington Carver. All of these things, the refrigerator, it's been invented by
Separation of
black
plasma.
people.
85% of your inventions are made by black hands. If you think
I
about
agree
it,
with
if the government actually put billions, if not trillions, suppressing black people, especially the men particularly, and actually uplifted, America would actually be 200 years more advanced than the rest of the world. But look at what happened now. You're at a decline,
Yeah. By
and the chicken's coming home to roost.
tamping down black men, America effectively fucked itself forever.
Hmm.
Yeah.
When 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 slavery ended, black men proportionately filed more patents, more copyrights than any other people in the country, including white men. That's just how aggressive black men were as creators the moment they were given any semblance of freedom. Imagine that energy being supported and directed generations into the future beyond that point.
It
Imagine where
would.
we would be. We would be
You would
on
have.
Mars right now. We would
You
be
would have
on
seen.
Jupiter right now.
You would have seen the real Wakanda, and it wouldn't have been in Africa. Matter of fact, what would have happened was you would have produced more STEM guys over here who were black, and you know what they would have done to Africa? They would have made it a goddamn oasis. See, what we need to do is actually establish a proper culture. You being a military man like myself, what was your rite of passage in the military?
Basic training.
Can every person in the military laugh and talk about some crazy shit that happened in basic training?
No.
Pretty much, yeah. For the most part. There are some fun times and there are some times like this shit sucks, dude. Were there times you said that?
Yeah.
So most people could go through that. That's what you call what? A brotherhood. That's a rite of passage. Could you respect anybody who didn't go through that and be and in the service?
No.
Exactly, because you wouldn't have looked at them as a man. Which you have a good idea, but you're going around it a little wrong. You take what you could get out of your research and you apply it to modern times. Because here, I could tell you one of the worst things that ever happened to the black community. You have no true rite of passage for black men. I've been a wrestling coach for 20 years. Do you know how many times I had to teach kids how to wear a suit, how to get it tailored, how to tie a
A lot.
tie, how to
A
change a
lot.
tire? I'm not even finished. How to fill out an application properly, how to
I you know
conduct
I had a
themselves in a
I
bit.
had a female neighbor who, single mother, several sons. Every time there was some sort of formal event of some sort, she would send them over to me to tie their tie. Every time. Their high school graduation, their prom, their any sort of formal events. They'd be knocking on my door, uh, asking me to tie their ties for them. I mean, that's a basic father son thing that feminism took away
Robbed.
from it.
And you got to look at it from a cultural aspect. You have to put men back at the forefront. I know a lot of ladies probably don't like to hear that shit, but it's true. Well, why do we
I
need
don't
men to get?
disagree with that.
So, in other words, if you give when men are supposed to be the people who move the civilization forward, women are
Yeah.
supposed to teach the culture, and unfortunately, we had a lot of ladies who say they taught culture, but we're just fucked up teachers, man. I'm not gonna be afraid to say it. They're just fucked up teachers.
Well, I mean, they taught based on their own arrogance and their own
Yeah,
biases and their own selfishness.
yeah, that
And
hubris is a
and and
motherfucker, right?
this is what we see that has come from.
Yeah,
All of the social programming that went for them celebrating their single motherhood and all that stuff, all of that was vanity. All of that was arrogance, female hubris. And we see what has come from that.
I mean, I feel like we're going in the same way Rome did when Rome fell. You know.
Of course. Notice what happened. Do you know what? Do you know what happened when Rome fell? What,
Um,
do you know
the
what the events
society
were?
became the society became similar to what we're seeing right now.
Like when you start seeing women outpace the men, that's one. When you see men afraid to fight, afraid to defend, that's two. Not picking on anybody's sexuality, but when you having
A
a
lot of
brunt of
alphabets though.
when you having a brunt of the homosexual or the alphabet community, that's another. Then when you start seeing the mismanagement of children, that's the ultimate.
Yeah.
Mismanagement of the treasury,
Hmm.
mismanagement of the state treasury.
I mean, yeah.
All right, hey, we got a new panelist up here, Hybrid Impact 83. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's going on? Shoot,
Can
go
you hear me?
ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
What's going
Uh,
on, man?
Hey, not much. This is my first time actually using this. Like, I watch your channel, and you have a lot of great material, and it's very enlightening to let people know our struggles from the black man's perspective. Because too many times, they emphasize the black woman's struggle, and while they're emphasizing the black woman's struggle, they're denouncing the black man, and you see that on daytime television, even to this very day, and you see that in the media, law enforcement, they tend to give uh, women more leeway. A woman gets less time for the same crime as a man, and so I think the main issue is boys need mentors. They need examples of strong black men for them to tailor their ideals and their attitude and their personality towards. Because in the home, there's about I think it's 80% of homes in African American community is single mothers, and so a lot of times the young boys will see the matriarch in the power position, and then when they go to school, elementary school, 90% of the staff are white women, and so they go to elementary school, and a lot of times the women expect the boys to act like the girls, but boys are rough around the edges because they have more testosterone, and so the problem that occurs from that is they end up getting a lot of them end up getting diagnosed with ADHD. And when you don't have a father in the house, a lot of times the a single mother will elect for them to take medication, and that's not healthy. Like medications like Ritalin, Adderall, and the problem
And
with
those women were being paid to give those kids those drugs too.
absolutely, it's definitely a
That's the other
financial.
part they don't mention.
Yeah, 100. And the thing about it is, when I did research, I found that approximately 90% of kids that are diagnosed with ADHD are black boys, and 85% of those black boys never had fathers. And so there's a correlation there, and it's just sad. And you look at the media, you don't really see representation of a strong black man. So a lot of these boys end up taking on feminine characteristics. They are too argumentative. They're too overly emotional. They gossip. They try to manipulate. And that's a sad thing. So I think the main issue is we just need more mentorship program, more just more representations of strong black men, so that these young boys can aspire to be something, and not these rappers that are talking about drugs and promiscuity and things of that nature. I mean, it's everything is messed up now. And another thing I wanted to touch on is also social media, where a lot of youngsters now, you have a smartphone. Like, I'm 37 years old, about to be 38. When I was in high school, we didn't have smartphones. We barely even had cell phones. And so the problem is, a lot of these youngsters now, they get access to social media, and they see things that their mind, their brain is not fully able, mature enough to process, and that's very damaging in the long run. So they're getting hit from all angles, and I feel bad for them. I just when I see what's going on today, I thank God that I'm not a child in this era because I was a wild dude. I was out there fighting. I wrestled a lot. I wrestled in high school and I did some wrestling in college, but I was breaking brothers down in the streets because my father was not around during my adolescent years. And had I grown up in this era, I'll probably be in prison for murder. And that's the sad thing. It's so much craziness going on now. So I talk to as many of them as I can to try to let them know that hey, look, I care, and if you need advice, if you see me, come talk to me. So
That's
it's
powerful, man. That's powerful. Brother, I hear the accent. Where you from? You from Africa, by any chance?
I'm from Mars, man. I'm just playing.
No doubt.
The way the Earth is, man, make me want to go to Mars, bro. But now I'm from Nigeria.
No doubt. Peace, peace, respect.
And the thing that I'm noticing too, when you talk about like when you talk about the impact of fathers, how important fathers are, a lot of times women look at it as if you're being misogynist, like you're saying, oh, women cannot do it. And I always tell them, I say, look, there are women that take care of their business, you know. The great Shiraza Ali, she said something that really resonated with me. She said, a lot of women will say, I'm paying the bills, I'm being mom and dad, I'm holding it down, but you're not raising the kid, you're maintaining the kid. So I always tell a lot of my female friends, I say, look, just because you're paying having to pay the bill, you're a single mother and whatnot, you don't give the child the best chance to succeed. For the child to have the best opportunities to succeed, he or she has to come up in a nuclear family. Now you can have the exceptions to the rule, which is like a LeBron James, with what they went through. But LeBron James had coaches, male coaches around him to kind of keep him grounded and keep him centered. But the nuclear family is the key. It starts at home. It starts very very early, so but when you say these things, it's like they look at it as, oh, are you trying to put women down? And that's not and that's not true. And then they say, oh, you said all women. I said I never said all women. Some women can raise a child by herself, and that child
They
turns out
they
good.
they should be put down. They had no business birthing and raising those children, those boys alone to begin with. We got to
No,
change that
absolutely.
language. They should be shamed for what they've done. Now,
We
if they've
need to
been
bring.
widowed, if
Mhm.
they've been widowed, that's one thing. But if they haven't been widowed, and especially if they weren't married to begin with, they should be shamed.
I agree. I agree. The thing is, this is that if we bring back that, we need to bring back the shame and the stigma of the whole promiscuity lifestyle and the single motherhood and things of that magnitude. That needs to come back because too many. It's like the media is normalizing promiscuity, and every time I tell, I have sisters. I have two younger sisters. I had an older sister, but she's in heaven, and I have two younger sisters. And I tell them, I say, my youngest, she says, "Oh, but why is it that men can sleep around, but women can't?" I tell her, I said, there's a lot that goes into it. I said, number one, let's start from a biological standpoint. I said, there's something called bacterial vaginosis, and women that are promiscuous are more likely to get that. Includes yeast infection, or your pee burns and things. It's pretty bad, and it's very odorous. And then I said, on top of that, the more more men that a woman sleeps with, the harder it is for her to pair bond. And women, when they sleep with men, they release oxytocin, and sex is for us men, ejaculation is like urination. We're like bees. We can go from flower to flower if we wanted to, but it's different for women. And I also said STDs hit women harder, and women have the chance to get pregnant on top of that. I said it's not the same. And I said, I put it to her like I said, look, it's much easier for you to put your finger in somebody's mouth than it is for you to have somebody put their finger in your mouth, if you get what I mean. Our anatomies different, and she said, well, she didn't really have a rebuttal, but I told her, I said, trust me, you're young right now, but you get into your 30s and you've rode the CC throughout your 20s, like it's going to be bad for you. You're just going to be bitter, and it's going to be hard for you to find a man of value. And I stay on top. I make sure, because it's a lot of poisoning in this media.
Yeah, and one of it has to do with that title that we so lucky to be touching on, is that this the illusion that black don't crack, or they won't hit the wall, so it's like they've been used to this smoke screen where it's all about beauty, it's all about beauty, and then it's all about you in charge, and man can't tell me shit, and things of that nature, and that's how this trap has been, it's just been laid out.
And the
That
thing,
black don't crack is another example of black female vanity. That's
yeah,
that's that's them competing against non-black women, particularly white women. That's what that
yeah,
that comment really means. Men don't. We're not comparing our whether we crack, if you will, to white men. That's not something that's on the mind and the word of men. That's specifically black women attempting to brag that they hold up, or they think they appear to hold up better than white women.
And
That's
not
exactly
just
what
that,
that is.
and not just that. That's black women trying to compete against their daughters.
That's
That's
another
what it
one.
be.
That's true.
That's
That's
basically
true.
what it is. They trying to hold up against their daughters,
and, and
and
the thing.
and they, and guess what? By the time you, oh my god, I hate to say it, I know motherfuckers who are grandmothers at 35, and
Wow. Hey, you know what's funny, man? You remember that movie, The Kings of Comedy? And the late great Bernie Mac was saying, we used to have Big Mama. Big Mama would tell you, you need to straighten up. Big Mama would teach you how to be a woman, and but now you're a grandmother at 35, great grandmother at 45. And I was young. I think I was 18 at that time, and it didn't really hit me like that back then. But as I got older, I'm like, wow, like this is for real, and it's bad, because now you see, if you go to some of the dark recesses of the internet, you will see things like old grandmothers trying to proposition dudes for sex. They say, hey, if you bring X amount of money, if you're 35, 35 to 45, I can show you a good time. And I'm like, and she'll be like, dirt. Oh, like it's I couldn't believe it. Like everything has society has really been polluted, and it's not the same as in the 70s and the 80s. Everything morals are going down the toilet. You got WAP culture. Like it's ridiculous. And when I see this, I just shake my head.
see,
I
this
shake
is
my
the
head.
reason. This is the reason why they always ask, why don't black men like to commit? Commit what? Murder? You wanna you wanna like who the fuck wants to have a wife? Think about it. What was that guy? Salt Bay? It was a black woman shaking her ass, twerking in front of this European guy, or I forget, Arabic or whatever the fuck he is. You know, the one who
Mm.
sprinkles the salt and shit. Of course, you know that restaurant is mad expensive, and she's shaking her ass, and he's recorded. Dude came back in there like you thought it was Shango coming up in that bitch. Like, and he was like, "Hey, fuck you doing? Like,
Wow.
you
Oh,
wonder
I
And,
why?"
know the
and,
video.
and, if,
I
and
know
if
the
she was
video you're
doing
talking
that,
about.
and if she was doing that for him in public, what do we think she was doing for him behind closed doors?
And then this guy paid all that expensive shit. Like, like I've always asked women, they be like, "Why don't you like to date?" I was like, "Show me a reason why I should take you out on a date. Like, are you cooking? Are you doing something that is worthwhile? What are you doing?" Well, I'm like, so, but you got to understand from a woman's standpoint that sometimes we like to have fun. So y'all try to, and then this is what you do when they try to use that fucking bullshit logic. You use their feminism against them.
Yeah.
So you're okay with not with men objectifying you sexually. You want to do it yourself. Okay, you want
It's
to be a freelance hoe. Okay.
it's sad. I hate when they say, "Oh, we're objectifying them." And I told them, I said, "Look, it's two things. Number one, all this OnlyFans and all this IG models, and you taking provocative pictures, risque pictures online, and you essentially auctioning your sexuality, that's objectification in itself. And I said, on top of that, you objectify men. You say, oh, how tall is he? I want a man that's 6 foot tall and over. How much does he make a year? Is he a good provider? Does he have muscles? Like they objectify men in terms, mostly in terms of status and resources and finances, then height and everything else falls in line. And so I say, that's hypocrisy. If you complain about, like, humans objectify humans, it's normal, it's a natural thing.
Everything that a woman accuses you of doing, she's projecting what's in her own heart, spirit, and behavior. If
Absolutely.
you got a woman accusing you of cheating, you might want to stick a PI on her, because chances are she's the one who's actually doing something.
And
If
the thing
she's
is, this is
bitching about your money, she's probably got some money issues.
yeah.
If she's so concerned about your objectifying beauty, believe me, she's checking out your taller homeboy or some shit like that. Everything that they accuse you of doing, they're doing themselves, almost always.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'll tell you. I was a blue pill dude. I was a blue pill dude through high school. I never really had my father during my adolescent years. My mother kind of kidnapped myself and my sisters. I fled the country and lied that my dad was touching us inappropriately or whatnot, and that would, coach us to lie about it. But when I came out to this country, you know, moms was never really around for me to really talk about women, girls, and things of that nature. So I came up like extremely blue pill to the point where when I had my first girlfriend, I was 18 at the time, and she was fine. I mean, she was drop dead gorgeous. I was surprised I even got her. I was just in the zone that day when I was on the phone. We talked for like 3, 4 hours, and I remember I was playing some R&B music, and she liked it. And next thing you know, we started going to the movies, going to eat. We were making out. We were like, we're almost inseparable. So I'm like, it was 2 months and I didn't get to hit. But I was so happy, like, man, I got a girl on my arm. My boys would be like, yo, let's go to this party. We'll go to a party. He's like, you're not gonna dance with any girl? I said, nah, I got a girl, man. I was all feeling happy about that. But here's the thing. I was at that time they had a store called FYE. It was in the mall, and she called my phone, and there was a guy. He's like a Pookie and Ray Ray. His name is Miguel. Tall dude. He a bad boy. I was the opposite. I was like a smart guy, scholar. I got good grades. I speak so eloquently, like I was had more class. I never put myself out there like that. But the guy Miguel, I'm cool with him, but he's like just a thug, like he sold drugs. He was just wild. And so she called my phone. I'm talking to her. I say, hey, boo, you know what I'm saying? I'm at Wheaton right now. I'll come see you in a little bit. I hear Miguel's voice in the background, and she's laughing. She's like, oh, Miguel, stop. I say, yo, what's up? Why is Miguel? What's Miguel doing that? She's like, oh, he just he was going by the mall, and I ran into him, and he's just being stupid. So I said, oh, okay, cool. Tell him I said, what's up? I get off the phone and I go to work, and come to find out, a friend of Miguel's that I didn't really know like that comes to me and tells me that, yo, your girl Tina, you know how they say to Martin, your girl Tina living foul, man. And I'm like, what? And they said, her and Miguel been sleeping together. Miguel told me. I said, you can't be serious. And my heart like sunk to my stomach. And so I took my friend's phone and I texted her and I said, hey, this is Miguel. This is my new number. I was thinking about you. What you want to do something tonight? He said, of course, boo. I miss you already. You know what I mean? Last night was good. I wanted to throw up, man. And so I said, okay, meet me at Chipotle. And she said, sure. What time? I gave her a time. I went to Chipotle. I waited, and I saw her come in the door. And she saw me, and she was shocked. And I'm like, what's up? I said, what you doing here? She said, oh, no, I just wanted to go use the bathroom. I said, oh, you're not meeting nobody here? Oh, no, 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 no. So I said, the jig is up. I know you've been sleeping with Miguel. And she like says,
Hmm.
it's not what you think. Tries her best to explain. I said, I don't want to hear it. So I left. She called my phone a bunch of times. And I finally, I got pussified and I picked up the phone. And she told me, this is what she told me, man. You guys are gonna be like, what is wrong with me when when I tell you what she told me. She said, oh, I'm not gonna lie to you. Um, we made out, and he tried to put it in, and he put the head in, and I told him to take it out, that this is wrong, and I believed it. My blue pill self believed it, and so she said, look, I want to get back with you. So I said, okay, we can be together again. My boy comes to pick me up after work. I'm telling him what happened in the car. We are on the highway, and I tell him, I'm like, well, technically they didn't have sex. Like she said that he put the head in, and she told him to take it out. And my boy just pulled the car to the side. He put the hazard flashes on. He looked at me.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
He said, "You're my boy,
Sound
and
like
I
he got a
love
real
you."
friend. Go ahead.
He said, "You're my boy. I love you. I've been through the trenches with you all day. I walked through the fire with you. But if you believe that that's all that happened, you got to get out my car. You got to find your way home." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Man, that shit doesn't have shoulders, man. It's like you know what? It went down. What are you talking?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yo, she's playing you for a fool." And mind you, I was taking her out and paying for dates. I'm buying her stuff and everything, and I still hadn't got to hit. And it's been like close to 4 months. And I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I was shocked again. So he dropped me off, and I called her, and I broke it off. And once I broke it off, I would say this. I'm not embarrassed to say it now, but I cried. I cried about it. And ever since that day, I started to really look at life differently. I started to be skeptical about a lot of things. I started to question a lot of things. And then I had a guy older guy, he's my OG. I talked to him about everything, taught me so much. And on top of that, and so I just became smarter. I became smarter. I knew how to maneuver when it came to women and this, that, and the third. And then I put my focus on my purpose. So every now and then I would have like a pump and dump, and I just I had a phase in my 20s where I was just a hoe. Like I was just pumping and dumping, go to the club, pumping. Like it got to the point where I sat down and I'm like, man, I just need a hug, man.
Yeah,
I
you was
can't.
getting revenge.
I was, yeah, bro. I was, but here's the thing about me: whether I was drunk or not, I always wore a condom. Always, always wore a condom. I've had chicks that would tell me, "Hey, I'm on birth control." Some chicks like the doctor said I can't get pregnant. I said, "I don't care. I'm still wearing this condom. What about STDs?" "Oh, you think I'm dirty?" I said, "I'm not saying you're dirty, but you got to be safe." And then
Hey,
she said, "Oh,
hey, hold on one second. Let me interrupt y'all for one moment. And I'll let you finish that story, Hybrid Impact 83. Does any of y'all know the name of Dr. Tommy Curry's YouTube channel? Because I've been looking for it. I know this is off topic. Anyone know in the chat the exact name of the channel?
No, nah.
Okay. Well,
Well,
if anybody.
Kev already knows I'm looking for it.
All right. So, okay, if anybody can tell me, just type it in the chat, but well, go ahead, Hybrid Impact.
So I also had girls that I was having sex with um Hispanic women, some black women, white women. I was just like I see they they laughing at me. It's all good. But I was just all over the place with it. And so I've had situations where I get the foreplay started, and then when I'm gonna get the condom, the chick would just jump on me and try to grab my stuff, and I would literally have to use force and push her off me and be like, hold on, like wait. And so I've also had situations where she would say, hey, if you're gonna get rid of the condom, just throw it in the trash. Don't, because I would usually flush it down the toilet. And so when she says, "Oh, throw it in the trash," I'm like, you know what? I'll take it with me. I get a bag, put it in there. She's like, "Oh no, you can just." I'm like, it's almost as if she's trying to coerce me to leave it in the trash. I wasn't no dummy, you know what I'm saying? So I had I had also situations where the condom broke, and whenever that happened, like I'm like, I can't go to sleep. So I literally, I don't care where the 24-hour CVS is. I will go there. I will come back and I will watch her take the morning after pill. You know, I didn't play that. Like I've had girls that said, "Oh, I'll take it later." I said, "Nah, you have to take it now." I said, "It's mandatory." "Oh, no, no." I said, "No." I said, "You're gonna take it now." Like it's been like that because I want to be very careful. I'm not trying to. I don't plan to have kids, especially with the way the political landscape is. And I have so many people, acquaintances that have baby mama drama. That one dude I know has 7 baby mothers. He breaks his back at work and only gets to keep $50 of his own paycheck. Like, and they'll look at me and be like, "Man, yo, you ain't had no kids?" I said, "Nah." I said, "You lucky, man." I said, "No, it's not luck. It's by design, man." So I
Jesus,
went through.
7?
It's by design, and I went through at one point after I left the blue pill phase. I was in between. I was in between the blue pill and the red pill. I was angry. I was just like purple. I was just smashing and I was just playing all these mind games. I was really hurting on the inside. But when I really discovered the red pill, you go through that red pill rage, and then it subsides. And since then, I found better purpose. And I tell guys all the time, the best way for you to really you don't lose, you have to focus on your purpose. And that's what I've been focusing on. I've been making good money. And I tell people, I'm saying you lose money chasing women, but you don't lose women chasing money. I said the key is you once any man that can mitigate a woman's sexuality and say the magic word, which is no, that's a powerful man. I said that's all you have to do. You cannot be a sucker for coochie. You have to put yourself first, And since I've done that, man, everything's been blissful, man. I can't complain, man.
Man, that's a hell of a story, man. I salute you too, man. That's we gotta go through some things in life, man. I'm still learning
Mm.
myself. So I salute you,
And,
brother.
and, and there's one lesson to be learned. If if a female ever says a guy is stupid and she's giggling while she's saying it, she's fucking that dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Every time. Every
Mhm.
time.
I never
You so
Even
listen
those
to what.
stupid.
notions where it's like that's my brother
He's
and
so
shit like that.
stupid. He's so stupid. Yeah, she fucking that dude. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my
I,
brother. That's just my friend and all that
Yeah.
type of.
Yeah.
We
You
got
know,
red flags right there.
you crazy. You don't be jealous of him. He just my friend. He just stupid. No, she fucking that dude. Every time.
I I tell people all the time, like, don't listen to what a woman say. Watch what she does, because in a lot of situations, women can be very hypocritical. I'll give you a case in point. If you have a female friend and you tell her, "Hey, I want to set up a dating site, dating profile. What should I put on?" She will tell you straight up, "Oh, put that You're kind, you're nice, you show respect, you will show her love and dignity, and you cherish her, and you'll be a good man." And you go ahead and you put that, you can get ganked. A woman can say, she can say, "I want a guy that will respect me and treat me nice and whatnot," but then she will turn around and go bust it wide open for Pookie and Ray Ray. That's how it is, you know. And then if you think about in a marriage, a lot of times the wife tries to change the husband to what she wants him to be. And if it's a catch 22, because, well, no, it's not a catch 22, but if you bend to her will and you adhere to what she says and you change to what she wants on the outside, she may be like, "Okay, I molded him to what I wanted," but she would lose mad respect for you on the inside. Now, if you say, "You know what, you take me as I am, if you don't like it, hey, so be it," and you do not bend to her will, she may pout, she may throw a tantrum on the outside, but she will give you all the sex you can handle. That it's just weird like that, man.
Well, as long as she thinks, or either you trick her or she tricks herself into believing that you're more valuable or you have higher status than she has, then
Hmm.
she'll submit. So that's what happens when you reject her, when you put her in her place, and it doesn't work for all men. You know, there's got to be something about you that she wants and prizes.
Yeah.
then her hypergamy kicks in and tells her that you're better than her, and so she must submit to you. So,
Mm.
I mean, if you can understand that part about women, it really helps you to kind of predict their behavior.
Absolutely. I mean, dudes have to stop being afraid of missing out on. I'll say it like Coach Greg Adams, peace leave. Dudes got to stop being afraid of missing out on that. Like, if you're in a situation where your integrity as a man is being compromised and you're being disrespected and you're being taken advantage of, even if you're about to hit it, put your pants up, and walk out.
When I
Like,
was young,
mhm,
women used to always say that I was aloof,
mm.
and they thought I was mean. Uh, and I fucked most of those women at some point.
I know that's right. I get that sometimes too. You know, it's like they know to a certain extent. They like, you know, he gonna say some shit off the wall. You know, so I don't really want to go that far with him. But at the same time, when it do goes that far, I usually still be in position to, you know, play my hand in a way where I can still get in.
But see, I was the type that would like if women were obviously flirting with me, I would like make a point of like ignoring them or pretending not to even notice what they're doing. And it was like a kind of a game for me, you know, because part of me was, you know, because part of it was when I was young, I was kind of a late bloomer. So in terms of like height and size. So for most of like my childhood coming up to the early part of my adolescence, I was smaller relative to my peers. So I kind of had a dicey relationship with females early on, but then when I got in high school, I grew up over 6 foot and all that good stuff. So so I kind of harbored a slight resentment towards females going into the latter part of my high school years and then going into college. So I was just very kind of these bitches type of thing, and I kind of conveyed that sentiment when I dealt with them, and and I would have a reputation where like female friends of mine would tell me things that other chicks would be saying about me. And why is he so mean, or why does he always have that look on his face or whatever, like he don't care about anything or whatever. And it was all intentional. You know, it was all about me just trying to, you know, I don't give a fuck about you type of thing. And it worked. You know, it pretty much worked. And even when it didn't work, I didn't give a fuck. Right? Anyway, you know, it either worked for on the woman or it didn't. Either way, I didn't care. I didn't care
It's
because I
go
was
ahead.
always a trapper with women. I was never really a hunter, you know, with women. I wasn't too much the kind of guy I was gonna be running up on some female. Now I was gonna have to get some real choosing signals before before I was gonna try to do any type of thing. You know, and that's just me. That was just a style thing on my part. You
Yeah, I mean, with women, like I tell brothers all the time, I say, you know, the more aloof you act, the more you act like you can show interest, but not to the point where they like to use the word thirsty. Oh, he's thirsty or whatever.
know.
If you're in a situation, whether it be at work or school or maybe some kind of a program, and you see a woman that is drop dead gorgeous that you're into, but you show up to that program multiple times in the week. When you see her, you guys may exchange pleasantries, and you don't keep the conversation going. You go about your business. You do that thing
Right.
where you come into work, you do your work, you clock out, you leave. You keep doing that. It's gonna pique her interest. She's gonna because
You in the conversation first. You
mhm,
always are the one who leaves first.
yes,
You
yes,
never give her the impression that her time is more valuable than your time. Not ever.
absolutely. And it works. It bodes well for you, especially if there are other dudes that are salivating at the mouth. Other dudes that,
Exactly.
but then
Exactly.
this one guy, like, he is a mystery. You have to also keep things a mystery. I tell dudes all the time, stop pillow talking, stop putting your business out there. Just you keep it a mystery, you keep it a buck. You can have a conversation, but you don't base your day on that. You go, you do what you have to do, and then you leave out. And you have to have hobbies. You have to have other things for you to do with your time. Because a lot of dudes that if they bag a girl that they like, they get her number or whatnot, they don't have much going on in their life. It's so easy for them to fall into the trap of, oh, let me call her, let me see how she's doing, let me text her, or what I'm saying. Like, you have to be busy. And me personally, everything I do is for me to put myself in a situation to make money to help feed my nieces and nephews and people that depend on me. And so a lot of times I may say, okay, you know what, I'm going to text her back or I'm going to call her back, but I may forget because I'm so engulfed in doing so much. And when that happens, a lot of times, oh, hey, what are you doing? Do you want me to bring some food? Can I said, well, I got a good 30 minutes, so you need to hurry up and get here, pick up some Hennessy on your way. It's like when you are so busy doing so many other things productive that improves your status, improves your life, and improves your spirituality, you're not worrying about what the girl is doing. When you get a moment to breathe, maybe you think about her. But then she's like, oh, why is he not? Oh, I'm not getting a text. Like, that kind of helps your mystique, you know. And I'm not saying, oh, don't ignore her for a whole month. No, no, no. That's not what I'm saying, because we're living in a hookup culture now where they go online and it's a lot of simps flooding their inboxes and everything like that. So, they will always have orbiters, but the way I do things, um, I don't show too much. Like, I don't show too much of myself. I just say, let me take it easy. If I go on a date and the first thing they ask, hey, so what do you do for a living? And I say, well, I don't really know you like that. I'm just getting to know you. So let's talk about something else. Let's keep that classified for now. And they're like, they're like, okay. And
Yeah, I like that. I like that in you. I like that
oh,
in you. That's
oh,
very nice.
I tell her, I'm like, this is not an interview process. I'm like, we just
Right.
chilling, we get to know each other. Let's talk about. I'm like, what are your interests? You can ask me. I'm very heavy into mixed martial arts. I'm a UFC, Bellator MMA junkie. I can sit down for like 10 hours and watch nothing but mixed martial arts fights, boxing, and things of that nature. So, I'll ask. I say, "Oh, are you into sports?" And we can talk about that. But then when you start to get personal, one girl said, "Oh, why can't I ask you?" She asked me about some personal stuff. Oh, why can't I ask you that? I said, "Okay, you know what?" I say, "I'm gonna play your game." I said, "If you want to ask me these personal questions, I got some personal questions of my own to ask you. How many have you gotten an abortion, and how many? How many men, roughly, how
Oh,
many men slept
oh,
with? Have you ever been married before? Have you been divorced? Have you ever had an STD?" And she's like, "Well," I said, "You see, it's not so fun, is it?" I said, "Let's take it by the numbers, nice and easy. We ain't got to this. What are you rushing for? And that always seems to kind of set the tone, and they know that I'm a no nonsense person, because at any given
well,
moment,
and
yeah.
they're trying to get you off balance and trying to put you in their frame when they start asking you questions about your income and your education and stuff like that.
Hmm.
That's them about them leading the direction and the trajectory of whatever sort of relationship you might have. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
trying to
by
assess the whole
denying
thing,
them that,
right?
you deny them leverage, and you deny them the psychological leverage of them thinking that they're kind of running the the direction in which your whatever relationship you have is going to go,
And when
and
they would
they're
ask me,
off base. I
mhm.
mean, they're off balance.
And they would
Yeah.
ask me, they'll say, "Well, who do you think?" When we have conversation, I said that I emphasize, I said, "Look, in a situation," because they ask about what are your ideas about relationships and things of that matter, and they'll say, "What role does the man play?" I always tell them the man is in a leadership position because he is going to risk his life to make sure that you're safe and sound. And then a lot of times, one lady, she said, "Oh, what you want women to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen cooking all day?" And I said, "No." I said, no, a woman's place is not in the kitchen because the greatest chefs in the world are men, and she got mad. I'm like, why are you getting mad? I said, I just agree with you, you know. So I kind of like play this like counter game to see where their mind is. And on top of that, what I'm noticing, and I watched a few more of your program, Kevin, and I've heard girls come on that are 19 years of age, wet behind the ears, breath smell like Similac, you know, and 22, 23. They have the fury of a womanist, you know, and it's like they've been indoctrinated into that. And I'm like, you're too young to be this angry and this jaded. You haven't even really lived. You're not even in life, quarter number two of your life, you
Yeah,
know. And
that's where they get it from. You're right. It's a early indoctrination, and
yeah,
then once they get into that at that age where they get older, late 20s even to 30s and up, it's like they forget the process of basically them forgetting that they're supposed to be interviewing for the job. You see what I'm
mm,
saying? The man is not interviewing for the job. You're interviewing for the job. And what that means is that you have to come to the table and with certain things that you present. You see what I'm saying? Because a man is going to always be in his stable to be able to say, okay, this is what I want, this is what I got going on, and if this is not, if this is you can't produce this, then I can go somewhere else, or I don't have to deal with you at all.
yeah, and it's I blame it's really the our public school indoctrination camp, the universities, because you see a lot of universities are so political now. People are so quick to hop into groups and not really be autonomous and self-govern. And if they hear it enough times, they start to believe it. They start to say things like patriarchy, rape culture, pay gap, all kinds of stuff, and it's really poisoning the minds of especially young women, because by the time you get up in age close to 40s and you're living like Sex in the City, you're not going to be happy, because you've really you wasted your prime years. Your prime years, you see, what women have to understand is that us as men, most of us, we are attracted to a woman's youth, beauty, and fertility. And now, if you get into your 30s and you had been sleeping around, if you try to have kids in your 30s, you are considered high risk. And if you get late, you turn 38 and you want to date now, you want to hit like a Steph Curry buzzer beater to before it's over, so you can have your kids. Now you have to rush the guy that you're courting. You have to rush him. You have to, okay, I'm dating him at 38. Before the end of the year, we have to be intimate. Before I turn 39, we have to be well on our way to have, like, all that right there will just chase men away. And women don't have to have to go through that. If you have to make the smart decisions in your 20s, get to know different men on a friendship level, know what you want, instead of being Amber Rose and I'm sexually liberated. No, that ain't cool. That's gonna come back and haunt you. And like KS said, just because you messed up in your past, you don't get a get out of jail free card. There's a cost for that, you know.
Absolutely. And I mean, I know a woman, she's a, nice person and everything, but she's an older woman because I've always dated a lot of older women, coming up and things of
Mm.
that nature, which I don't discriminate. I date, younger women too,
Was that
depending on their mindset.
target practice? Was that target practice?
Yeah, pretty much. So the sister, like, right now she's about 39, right? She had twins. I think she said she had twins like last year, this right before I met her, and whatever the case. So dealing with her for over a few months or whatever. So we got intimate and things. So basically, she has four kids. So she got the two boys that's like in her teens, and then the twin babies. And basically, what she was trying to sell me was that like we can be together and we can be happy together and stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, like, you're already at this point where it's like, you already hit this wall. And not only that, you had these twin babies that's, infants. By the time they get 18, you be almost 60 years old. You see what I'm saying? So what can you offer to the deal, especially what I'm offering as far as saying, I study, poly, it's like, Are you willing to come into the fold and contribute to that aspect where that way you have somebody to help with the kids and stuff like that, or you want to, still do what you trying to sell, which is not going to work. You know what I'm saying? Being that the fact that you then come to this breaking point where it's like you can't go through the wall.
Yeah, they have to live in reality. And something that I've heard Kevin talk about is how society, the media, uh, Cosmo magazine, all these various outlet coddle them and sell them a pipe dream. Like, hey, you can be like 250 pounds, 5'4", you're beautiful, and you're starting to see it in commercials that emphasize nutrition and things of that nature. You see plus size women being confident and whatnot, and that's not a good thing because it's going to lead to a lot of health problems in the future. And so the best thing somebody can do for somebody is to tell them what they need to hear, not what they want to know. It's like with Tupac. Tupac had guys in his yes men in his entourage, and they were inciting violence and things of that nature. But he didn't really have that guy to say, "Yo, Pac, you're wilding out, man. Calm down, bro. Think about your mom. Think about your fans. Think about all the sacrifices you've made." But nobody, he didn't have that. He ends up stomping out Orlando in the casino. He's in front. He led the charge, and he lost his life. So anybody telling women the truth, you're telling women the truth because you care. If you don't care about somebody, you wouldn't care to tell them the truth. Be like, okay, well, I'm going to sell them a dream. If they mess up, that's on them. I'm turning my back. But when you take time to tell them what the real deal is, you're doing it so that they can have an opportunity to rectify whatever problems in their life and pick themselves back up. The truth don't care about your feelings. And I tell people, one day we're all gonna die. We're gonna depart. It sounds harsh, but it's not. It's not a lie. It's the truth. So, but fellas, I got to run. I got a lot of ironing to do. Get ready for the week. So it's been a pleasure, man. I'm gonna keep checking you out, man. I'm gonna make sure I hit that like button, man. You're gonna hear from me again, brothers, man. But y'all keep holding it down, man. God bless.
Oh man,
You
same to
too.
you, man.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm a bounce too. It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me up, Kevin.
Yeah, I
All
think
Appreciate
right.
we
it,
probably done
and
damn near
enjoy the conversation with
tapped out.
you and the other gentlemen on your panel. And look
All right.
forward to seeing you guys again soon. Take care.
Okay.
All
All
right,
right.
Black Eagle.
All
Yeah,
right.
man. I think we about tapped out, Kev.
Okay. All right, Absalon. I appreciate it because I'm about to go into a final statement anyway. So thanks for coming by. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, man.
All
Peace.
right. All right, guys. Yeah, this is yeah. I'm about to bring this broadcast to an end, and I'm gonna read the title. And this is gonna be kind of a different final statement. Black don't crack, but time tells on us all. The wall. All right, now I'm not gonna. Okay, and it's like I have to say this every broadcast. I wish we would just stick to the topic a little bit more, but I'm gonna say something different. Every conversation doesn't have to end up in a gloom and doom scenario. Learn how to tell some goddamn jokes sometimes. Please, because it's like the whole wall thing is a joke. That's what it is a joke. There's no way to really quantify that with human beings. Like seriously, you can say the wall as far as you physically going down, but there are some people, men and women, who age gracefully because they do things to take care of themselves that are, outside of, what I call a very bad, unhealthy norm of, Southern soul food cooking or whatever your family style cuisine is, is, and especially with black people in America, we eat a lot of grease and shit. So it's many things that contribute to this wall thing, but at the same time, it's like we gotta like okay. Let me just put it like this: there's a reason for a thumbnail and a title to a video. I appreciate anyone that's willing to Anyone is willing to come up. But here's one thing that I did peep tonight. Here's one thing that I did peep. It seems like when there's like a new person that you don't ever see in space come up, it's like they're almost here to straw man the conversation. Now, I don't really say anything too much because if I see the chat interacting with it, then it's like, okay, I'll just let it ride for whatever reason. But we gotta be considerate toward the chat of the people who do click on the video for the title, for the thumbnails. And I don't know. I think I'm gonna do. I don't know. I'm thinking about really doing a broadcast next week centered around sticking to the topic and defending against straw man arguments because that I mean is happening quite a bit. I see it on these. I see it on like a lot of these manosphere panels. Somebody will come up, say some bullshit. We get riled up and we got to explain it to them for an hour. I was like, I'll just let y'all go. I just let it go. But I know exactly what's going on. They're sending people here to fuck up your conversations. Now, I'm not saying that's what old boy was here for, but it seems like that shit's been happening a lot lately. It really has. Now, as far as this wall thing going on and all that other stuff, I mean, I think I pretty much made my points at the beginning of this broadcast. You know, it was just 4 points that I felt like that you really have to hit. Now, it may not be all the points that you have. Let me put this up here again. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. What did I do with that banner? Yeah. Okay, yeah, there it is. Now, Zay, this is what I discuss. And for those of you just watching, you know, once I go out there, once this uploads for replay, I suggest that you watch the beginning. And, you know, and they're always interesting conversations, you know, nonetheless. But these were the 4 points at the beginning of the broadcast is don't be a bitch. These are very direct and very straightforward and easy to understand. So, you know, I ain't trying to make it complicated. So, number one, don't be a bitch. Number two, don't gain too much weight. I mean, if you do gain weight, make sure it goes in the right places. But you know, every woman isn't built like that for some, you know, and that's just what it is. Number three, don't be masculine and overcompensate your femininity if you have to. And number four, don't talk too much. You know, that way you won't open your mouth and you won't leave much room for error. That's all I'm saying. Those are the ways I feel like that. You know, those maybe not all the ways, but they're ways enough. You know, they're a starting point because misery can manifest physically. It can, and it can do it in both men and women, but especially in women. Women are such emotional, fragile creatures to the point where anything that you feel is going to, and since you're an emotional creature, you know, creature is such a terrible choice of words, that, you know, everything is going to manifest physically. And that's just the way it is. So, you know, avoid that motherfucking wall. And, you know, like I said again, I wish a couple more jokes would have been told or whatever. But hey, you know what? You know, y'all stuck with us, and you know everything is cool, and you know it was a great conversation, a lot of great knowledge being dropped. Thank you to Officer Faulkner. It was his first time on this channel, and you know for a while I've wanted Officer Faulkner to come by, so you know it was really great having him. Black Guru, you know, Isaiah, Hybrid Impact 83, who was also his first time stopping through, Coffee Nino, the Roger Report. Let's see, what's that guy's name? Brother Ray, he stopped by for a minute too. And Sheet We Hear was also in the house for a second. So yeah, it's like, and if I forgot anyone, I do apologize. I do not like to really say the names of the people on the panels, uh, but because I may forget someone, and these broadcasts are so long. But yeah. So anyway, another good show in the books. Thank you once again for all of your support. Thank you to the greatest chat on social media. Um, uh, just y'all make these broadcasts y'all make these broadcasts, just as good, watching and reading all of your observations, and just as interesting as the panelists who talk on the screen makes them. So, uh, great stuff. Like, let's see if there's well, okay, shout out to Aiko Jiamin. Thank you. All right, shout out to Iman Perry, Kevin Murray. Thanks for tuning in once again, and I will see you guys next week. Okay, again, if you're watching and you haven't, go below the screen, hit the subscribe button, like, share, in Kev we trust. Goodbye.